time. It's time for Soulblight Gravelords. Alright. First look, literally, I haven't seen anything. We're taking some notes. Rest in peace, old live doc. Alright. Live doc. Microsoft Word document. I gave it a Viking funeral, alright. Pushed it out on a boat, shot an arrow, lit it on fire. It had gotten to 120,000 words, roughly 78 pages. And it was starting to noticeably lag when I saved, and some parts of it started to bug out for some reason. So we have a brand new live document. That new document smell, page number 1. And it begins with this one, all right? Soulblight Gravelords. And I'm going to make this a 12. I'm putting this at 12. I'm doing it. You guys got to read this too, right? On screen. I'll make it a 12. Don't think I won't. Soulblight Gravelords. There we go. Ahem. This is a first look. What do we do? What do we do every time? Pre-look notes. Pre-look notes. What am I hoping for? What are we hoping for? What are we afraid of? What are we concerned about? What could be happening here in this book? Well, what do I want from this book? Specifically, you know, a lot of times I have some strong opinions about a new battle tome. I had some strong opinions about Khorne for the pre-look notes. I had some strong opinions about ogres and all the rest. Soulblight Gravelords, I don't ever see these guys or play against them. I don't know almost anything about them. I know that zombies are good. I know that Manfred von Manstein's pretty good. Necromancers and Velocita and stuff, but I don't know that I've really played against them much or know too much about them. Blood Knights had a cool ability on their warscroll, I suppose. Radukar the Beast was a quality mid-size hero that comes with a free dog pack or whatever. There's some good stuff in there. But, I don't know, it felt like a big collection of random stuff. It felt like a huge book filled with a collection of random Halloween stuff left over from a previous game and sort of bundled up, you know? Yeah, Grandma Werewolf was good because she could turn people into dogs into combat, which was a good ability. Graveguard do shitloads of damage. They can't take a hit, but nothing can in the army. So that's fine. Anyway, what am I hoping for? More cohesion on theme. And synergies. Like, I want it to feel a little more cohesive. I felt like it's a random collection of stuff. You got Cursed City stuff in there. You have some vampire count stuff. You have some alternative, you know, things that were also used in Flesh Eaters. Kind of you can just make it out of the box. You got Mortarks in there. Make skeletons and zombies both good in their own ways. I'm tired of telling people zombies suck, you take skeletons. And then the new book comes out. Skeletons suck, you take zombies. And then new book comes out. Zombies suck, you take... I'm tired of flipping back and forth. Give them each something they can do really well so that I can tell people to play what you want. It's just going to change your play style. Ooh, Kicker 7. Very true. White King on horse. should be as good as his new sculpt. White King on horse should be amazing because the new sculpt is like fucking perfect. It's so good. It's so good. What else do I want in here? Oh, big one. Big one. The Vampire spell lore fucking sucks. And it has a double caster. Like if you roll a 9 up, you double cast. And then half of the spells in the spell lore can't be double casted. Why would you write that ability and then not have it work with the only thing it's supposed to work for? Crazy. Yeah, the Vampire spell lore is terrible. You got to fix that. It was bad 2 books ago, and you didn't bother to fix it in last book. Spend the time. Spend the time on it this time. What else do I really wish would change here? Gravesites are mid. Gravesites are mid and boring. It's time for a fresh look at death. I actually want a new allegiance. I think gravesites are dumb. They're too easy for your opponent to play around. It's like a really bad version of Deep Strike mixed with a really bad version of OBR replenishment. Yeah, I don't like them. I wish there was something new. They're probably not going to reinvent the wheel, but better balance between sub-factions. I mean, that's standard. That's every book should have that. Good internal balance and good internal balance between sub-factions is every book should have that. It's not like special for vampires. Mortis engines also being playable would be nice. Rabid dogs can't issue themselves commands. No, they should. I'm just saying my guys should too. Good point, though. More cohesion on theme synergies. Skeletons and zombies should both be good in their own ways. White King on horse specifically needs to be great. The vampire spell lore, you got to start over. Get rid of everything except pinions, I guess, because that's the only good one. And redo it. And probably redo the 9-up double cast thing as well. One or the other. Or both. And gravesites are mid and boring. It's time for a fresh new look. What else? Is there anything else I really want for this army? Rules-wise, specifically, that I wish they would change or fix or something like that. I know you're not going to like this, but coalition units should be fun to play in SBGL. Yeah, I mean, this is just like a difference in opinion for like the game itself. I don't think there should be any coalition or any such. I would take away allies if you let me, which is probably why they don't let me. Okay, yeah, nothing else is really springing to mind. Nothing else is really jumping out at me here. Less soup. The whole book feels like soup. Anyway. Yeah, I want some more cohesion and theme and synergies. The whole book feels like a soup book, even though it's not. And I don't like that. Maybe some people do like that. Anyway. If something else comes to mind, maybe I'll say so. But let's get the music. Battle traits. It's time. You only have 5 sub-factions instead of 6, so it should be much easier to balance them. Endless Legions. At the end of the movement phase, you can pick one friendly Soulblight Gravelords summonable unit that hath been destroyed. Roll a die, add 1 if it is your movement phase. If you pick a summonable unit that is not a hero, on a 4-up, a new replacement. And it has to be set up within 12 of a hero, or... Okay, so they still have grave sites. And more than... I didn't think they were going to get rid of the grave sites anyway. And more than 3 from all enemy units. Oh, more than 3 from enemy units. Okay, big. Hold up. This is important. Endless Legions. That's big. Happens on both turns. That's huge. Big change. +1 if it's yours. This is a big buff. It's way harder for your opponent to zone these out. When it's not 9, it's 3, right? And it happens on both turns. You get doubled, your guys still come back on their turn. More things are happening on opponent's turn. Just fighting against, you know, when you lose priority or whatever. It, you know, works on a 4-up. 3 if it's your turn. That's sick. This is good. If you pick up a summonable hero... Oh, heroes can... I didn't know heroes could be summonable. Is this new? And with 3 wounds allocated to it. Okay. That hero cannot attempt to charge or make a pile-in move in the same turn. You cannot pick the same hero to benefit from this ability more than once per battle. Yeah, okay. Big buff, large. Works on both turns. Bring back a hero if you want. He can't charge right away, which... that really sucks, actually, but... the fact that you can do it at all and you couldn't before, huge. You can get it really close to enemies. And it's not about getting it really close to enemies, actually. It's about them not being able to just body block you, right? You would think an ability like this would be outside of 9. And so if you just put your guys close to stuff, your opponent can't do anything. But it's outside of 3. That's, outside 3 means much harder for opponent to nullify. Which was one of my concerns. This is just a huge improvement. Okay, yeah, Endoless Legions. Big buff. The Unquiet Dead. They are loud. You still put down grave sites, which I'm kind of sad about, but that's fine. They weren't going to reinvent the wheel. Wait, let me read. Hold up. We got to read this. You can pick, at the end of the moon, you can pick one friendly thing that has been destroyed. Okay. So you can't like return a hero and then return a hero and now you're 30 inches away. Okay, you can't do that. Those are the olden days, I guess, of summoning and stuff. Oh, actually, let's be correct here. And 2 outside your territory. Not in opponent's territory, outside your territory. During deployment, instead of setting up a SPG summonable unit, you can deep strike them. Yeah, Adam Ralt. No longer destroyed on turn 4, which is a normal deep strike rule, which I always thought was a weird rule. I don't know why they had to be destroyed on turn 4, to be honest. Why? How come? It seemed, weird. Genuine question, does that really matter? In what way? Do you mean why would they stop you from waiting to turn 5 to deploy your guys? I guess they're worried about turn 5 you suddenly deep strike and control a bunch of objectives and win. And they don't think the downside of playing 300 points down for the entire game is... They think that's not a big enough disadvantage, I guess? I don't know. I would just as soon let the players do it. 4th round is in the core rules now? Oh, so this does... They are destroyed, because it's a core rule. You can see in the sense of I summon something to get X points that you physically can't respond to being part of the reason. Well, they surely can. right? Like, you summon something, it has to land outside of 9, and so your opponent can put guys where you probably want to put it, and then they can't put it there. Also, they've been playing the whole game maybe a few hundred points down, so you should be pretty handily dealing with the board state for 4 entire battle rounds leading up to the final, you know, deep strike at the end. It's pretty telegraphed. It's not really out of nowhere. Can this not override the core rules as an exception? It surely can, if it says so. Right? So, since the default state is destroyed on turn 4, this could surely override the core rules, but it doesn't say that it does, right? If you don't say anything, then you follow the core rules. Deathly Invocation. In your hero phase, you can pick up 3 friendly summonable units wholly within 12. You can either heal 3 or return 3. Wounds characteristic. Add 1 if it is wholly within 12 of a gravesite. You cannot pick the same unit to benefit from this ability more than once per phase. Okay. In your hero phase, pick 3 summonable to heal 3 or return 3, 2, if wholly within 12 of a hero, and +1 if also wholly within 12 of a gravesite. This is already annoying. This is kind of why I don't like gravesites. I mean, wholly 12 is big. These are big circles, but it's like, now if you're within 2 Venn diagram big circles, you get +1 to the one thing. A little tedious, but definitely not the worst. Bit of a nerf, you no longer get to do it with each hero, and hero type doesn't determine the amount you can do. It used to. You just do it with 3. And then, of course, you get deathly minions. Everybody has a 6-up ward. More targets used to be 4 Vampire, 3 Archmage, or Death Mage, 2 Death Rattle, 2. It's buffed to a flat 3 wounds now instead of D3. 1 fewer dice to roll. Good. Not a nerf, it just makes it less complicated. I think it's a nerf if you're still using Mortarks. And it's a buff otherwise, and making it less complicated is good in any case, so we'll call it a side grade. I'm not trying to roll D3s. I like the flat 3, to be honest. And, you get 6-up for everything. Back in the day, you had to get your people next to heroes to get the ward save, but I think that's been gone for a while. All right, and we're just done with it. That's it. That's the allegiance abilities. Man, we went through those quick. So, allegiance abilities. Endless Legions, dudes coming back at half strength, maybe. every single turn, you get a chance to do so. You can return a hero. Really nice range. Holy 12 and then also up to 3 away. So like Endless Legions is incredible. Grave sites are kind of annoying and boring, I think. It's like this is like an awful version of Deep Strike, but you know, I suppose having a rule is better than not having a rule. Deathly Regen is simplified probably in a good way. No more rolling D3s. And Deathly Minions is just a 6-up ward for everybody. Okay. You don't have to be babysat by a hero or anything. Sum up. Endless Legions seems really strong and thematic, with reduced counterplay, a good thing in this case. It was too easy to play around. And double frequency. Great. Yeah, I was looking for a little more excitement with grave sites, but I got the excitement here. All the excitement is front-loaded on this thing. Grave sites, meh. Deathly Regen, I like that it's simplified. You're rolling less dice, you get 3. You're not consulting charts to see which one does what. And then this thing just works with no conditions. Overall, not bad. And then we instantly get into the spell lores. Are we going into spell lores right away? It's out of order, but let's do it. I'm interested in seeing if I want to see if they made the vampire spell lore good finally, for once ever. Instead of a fucking joke. So no more double casting on a 9. You only have 3 instead of 6. Soul Pike. Casting ability 6, range 24. Pick one enemy unit within range visible until your next hero phase as the unit makes a charge move. Roll a number of dice equal to the charge roll for that charge move. For each 4-up, the unit suffers a mortal wound. Interesting. It's an inside-out impact hit. It forces them to take an impact hit. Cool. If the unmodified casting roll is 9-up and it's not unbound, you can pick 2 different enemy units and... Oh, okay. So this is how... This isn't gone. It's baked into the spells that are possible to even do that. So instead of fixing them, they got rid of half of them. Okay. This is a cool spell. I like it. Cool spell. Nice. Call Transference. This is the heal. And I think way back in the day, they forgot to have it deal damage and it just healed. And then they added it later and it still sucked. But yeah, Foul Transference. Cast on a 6, range of 9. Ew, sucks. Roll number of dice equal to that unit's wound characteristic. For each 5 up, the unit suffers a mortal wound and you can heal 1. So it's like really good against Mega Gargants where you're rolling 35 dice. Against everything else, and especially troops, it's really bad. And if you get the bingo, you do half its life and damage instead of a third. Okay. Okay, so this is like sick against monsters, and it could really heal up your Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon or something like that. It's got a terrifically short range, which is the reason why I don't think I like it. And against non-monsters, the spell just actually doesn't do anything. Like, you roll 1 die against Mortek Guard or something like that. Yeah, it's hilarious. Hilarious versus Megas. Pretty good actually against some like 12-ish wound monster heroes. Useless versus all else. I mean, it's not useless versus all else, but you know what I mean. Kind of sucks against everything else. Is that a spell you take if you have a spell portal? If you know your friend plays Beastclaw Raiders or Mega Gargants or something, hell yeah. Spirit Gale. Each enemy unit on the battlefield suffers 1 mortal wound. That actually takes a long time to resolve, doesn't it? If the unmodified casting is 9, you just resolve it twice. Okay. I think it's neat. Technically, that's a lot of damage. Right? You're spreading it. Takes a while to resolve, honestly. This could trigger a battle shock roll for every single unit on the table, which is interesting. For all your opponent's random ass, like, 4 bravery chaff, and you're just like, all right, now you have to make 11 battle shock tests, which is kind of neat. Hobgrots, yeah. The Slaanesh edging. Ooh. When Slaanesh hears the spell being cast. Alright, you only get 3 spells though instead of 6. And the best one, which is Pinions, which was the movement one, is gone. So your best spell is gone and you got 3 neat ones. Like, they're neat. They're just neat. This is like maybe an upgrade. So like in a certain, like from a player perspective, a lot of times, does it actually matter if all of your choices are balanced or not? Like, let's say you have one really good choice and they take away the really good choice and they give you 3 well-balanced. You could choose this, you could choose that, but they're all like worse than the one you used to have. So technically your army just got worse. But they did what you wanted and made the choices balanced. Are you happy about that as a player? Kind of depends. For sure this is an upgrade. The best thing the old lore could do outside opinions was just D3 mortals. Yeah, that's my point. The old lore did nothing except pinions, but that's really good. Now it doesn't do the really good thing. It does 3 neat things. Kind of depends on how many vampire spellcasters you want to play with, I suppose, right? Lore of the Death Mages. Was having 28-inch move with run and charge on Big Dragon too good? No, I don't think it was a balance concern. 128 move flying hammer is not about to break Age of Sigmar. That's just good. That's good. I don't think they did that for balance reasons. Or if they did it for balance reasons, they're out of their minds. Maybe it was too good compared to everything else they could choose, but it wrecked you pretty hard. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's great. But it's not going to ruin the game of Age of Sigmar, right? Like, it's not going to break the game. It's just really good. Every army has all sorts of stuff that's really good. Iron Blasters are really good. Frost Lords are really good. Vanguard Raptors are really good. Teclis is really good. You know? Free Lords of Change are pretty good. Be'lakor is really good. Everybody's got stuff that's really good. 36-inch turn 1 Alpha Striking Maw Crusher didn't break it. Yeah. In fact, the IJ isn't doing too hot percentage-wise, although that's a different stat, kind of. You feel like old Soulblight was too fair? I would agree. Fading Vigour. Okay, it's the same, basically. Oh, no, Decrepify? So there used to be Fading Vigor, Decrepify, Overwhelming Dread, I think the other one was called. Jeez. Decrepify was you target a terrain feature, it was kind of cool. Fading Vigor and Overwhelming Dread were just the two you always took and you like big debuffed your opponent's army, but this was like way back when. I'm not talking about 3rd edition. Anyway, Fading at 18 is good. Oh, it's Strike Last instead of Can't Move. Decrep wasn't the terrain. What was the one I was thinking of then? Spectral Grasp, that's right. Spectral Grasp was the terrain one. You are right. Decrep was like target hero only minus attacks characteristic or something like that. Or minus damage characteristic. I think it was like hero only maybe. Or pick one model or something like that. Decrep was -1 to wound, -1 damn.
Oh, Lord. Oh, you are so big.
Ooh.
So absolutely huge.
Yo, with Soren, thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. Thanks for the $10. Please support your favorite streamers with Soren. Thanks. And also, good evening to Texas. I appreciate it. Everybody say your prayers. Oh Lord, you are so very big. Prisoner of Grief is just okay. Really short range unless you get the 9. Opponent strike last. How long does it last? Until your next hero phase? No, that's good. That's good. If it was your turn only, it wouldn't be that good. But it's both turns, so that is good. Is it worth trying to cast Prison on something outside of 12? I'm trying to think in my head if it's worth casting Prison. I think the fact that it only has a good range on a natty 9 means you don't take it, even though it's good. If you feel confident that you're going to get within that 12, and so the 9 doesn't really matter, you're not really banking on it, this is a really strong effect, especially because it lasts until your next hero phase. That's really good. So if you're playing like some kind of 16-inch flying double caster or something like that, who you're pretty sure won't be killed, then maybe Prison is good. Velocita can't cast this, it's only a Mortarch or a Necromancer. Yeah, I guess or Nagash, right? And Fading Vigor just kind of is always good. Let's see what Waste is. Maybe Waste is really good. I won't have to decide. Until your next hero phase, subtract 1 from wound rolls for melee and 1 from damage. Okay. That's probably, well, okay. Sort of depends, right? The Waste Away's problem is that it doesn't do anything against 1 damaged troops. I mean, yeah, it's -1 the wound, but you lose out on a bunch of potential there. 9 up, pick 2 units. How worried are you about the damage of 1 damage troops? It's great against hammers. Yeah, unless their hammer is 1 damage, which a few armies do. You know. Yeah, I think these are like reasonably well balanced, and you have to think about them. I'm probably gonna say this after. Is it only 2 spell lords or is it 3? It's 2. You can't really expect it to be good against everything. I've been conditioned to expect stuff to be good against everything by reading most of the other battle tomes in this game. But I get your point. If they're going to give you 3 different debuffs, you can't expect 1 of them to be good against everything and then 2 to be specific, because then, obviously, you would just take the good one, right? Which is probably more, that's probably what your point was. Your point probably wasn't in a vacuum. Yeah, the spell lords just seem much more balanced to me. And you can really choose between them, which is what people say they want, but they're lying to you and to themselves. They don't want that. They want the obviously amazing choice. Cool. And the 9 up double casting is baked into spells now, and it works. It does something. That's good. Also, they finally fixed the double cast thing. By the way, breaking news later this year. Oh, hold on. I gotcha. Breaking news. Later this year, you will be getting your first e-ink. You're almost 50. And it will be Slaanesh related. Good man. I'm not into tattoos myself. But Slaanesh is a fine deity. So good work. Now we get sub-factions. Oh, now I see why. We didn't do traits and artifacts. Because the sub-factions are more like little mini-factions. They're doing the old school. Where they have their own artifacts and abilities and crap. Which, I'm going to be honest, is a little tiresome. But okay. Sub-factions are the old school kind with their own traits and artifacts and stuff, which means you get a bit more candy overall than most at the end of the day, but it also clogs up the book with a whole bunch of tables of junk, which I don't think anyone should really care about. That's not a concern. You probably just want more candy. And I typically like things to stay unique, so Legion of Blood. Blood. I might as well type this, right? Which prawn? Yeah, which no one should care about. It's better to have more candy and stay unique. Fuck soup. Refos, thanks for the big prime. Blued, yeah. Thanks for the 6 months. I appreciate it. The courtiers of Queen Neferata and her inner circle are expected to excel in all manner of disciplines, be they marital, or martial, or mystical. And then we just get ability. See, this is a free ability you get. This is part of the candy already. If a friendly Legion of Blood vampire hero is within 3 of enemy units, it is bloodthirsty. If it is more than 3, it is empowered. What? That's illegal. You stole my rule. You stole my rule. Literal stolen ogre rule. This is hungry and eating just straight up. Now, okay, the effect could be different. I don't appreciate this. Quit stealing my moves. I don't have many unique moves left. In fact, I don't have any unique moves left. Gloomspite Gitz stole Overwhelming Charge from me. Now you're giving vampires Hungry and Eating. The entire game stole Monsters Capture More Than One from me. What more do you want from me? I have nothing left. God, war has changed. Butchers hurting themselves when they cast is unique. True, yeah, that's unique. The majority of Beast Claw units not being able to give themselves commands is unique. Anyway, add 1 attacks characteristic melee weapon, add 1 to casting, dispelling, and unbinding. This is really good. Sorry, eating is +1 attack. You know what our eating bonus is? You know what our fucking eating bonus is? +2 bravery. And you have the audacity, the gall, to make yours +1 attacks? Okay. Yeah. Hungry is a little more arguable. +2 move versus +1 to cast. That's a little more, you know. One's better for a certain type of army, one's better for another. Yo, eating is +1 attacks? That's sick. Alright, hey, good rule detected. Good fucking rule. Yeah, it's only vampire heroes though. Okay, so the fact that it's vampire heroes, it's just your Velocita, nothing else. It's not like your foot heroes are trying to deal damage. However, does mean all your vampire heroes that are bad at dealing damage get +1 to cast, though. That's good. But Velocita, Mortarks, that's kind of good. That's kind of good on your Vampire, Lord on Zombie Dragon, and your Mortarks. Coven of New Lahamia. At the start of the hero phase, you carry out one of their... Oh, these are heroic actions. Boo. Okay. Must be a Legion of Blood vampire hero. So, heroic actions for vamp heroes. First one is... Ward rolls cannot be made for wounds and mortal wounds caused by attacks made by this hero. Sick. That's cool. That's a good one. Because it's like one of your many options you can just pick. It's like a sideboard card, just chilling. Immortal Majesty. Your opponent must spend 2 command points instead of 1 to issue all-out defense and inspiring command to enemy units within 12 of the hero. Damn. You know, I was just thinking about that. I think I was just talking about that yesterday. That, you know, Total Eclipse? Players worldwide have really just been crying out, please add more double command point costs to the game. We love Total Eclipse. We love playing against Total Eclipse. Nobody has any problems with it. Please add more of these effects to the game. It would just make everyone happier. I don't even really want them for my army. I just want more people to have them so I can play against it more often, right? So thanks for doing that. They added it in OBR and they added it here. I'm glad they are stealing that and putting it everywhere. Because the community response was so positive on it. So great work there. Really got your finger on the pulse of the Age of Sigmar community. Parenthetical. Good. These are good. Parenthetical. Good. This is good. These are some good rules. And then traits. After deployment, but before the first battle round begins, you can pick one enemy hero on the battlefield. The strike last effect applies to that unit while it is within 3 of this general. Nope. It's like a LARPing ability. That's fun, but no. Game Hunter. Yeah. You know, I'm a little bit of a game hunter myself. After deployment, but before the first battle round begins, you can pick one enemy monster that is not a hero. Stopped reading there. After deployment, but before the first battle round begins, you can pick up to D3 enemy units that are not heroes or monsters. Attacks made with melee weapons that target the unit score a hit on an unmodified hit roll of 2 up while that unit is within 3 of this general. Attacks that made with melee weapons that target that unit score a hit on a... These are trash, right? So all of these are carefully chosen to be like Alpha Strike, you're all in. The first turn of the game is the only turn that matters. I'm going to make that one single event slightly better for me, you know? And then for the rest of the whole game, it's like I didn't choose a trait. It's kind of like the double Monsters Action 1 from Beastclaw, where you think it's really good, and it is, and then you see that it's only once a game, and you're like, oh, okay, so I overwhelming charge, and then I roar. And then for the rest of the game, I wish I had Mystic Shield. That's kind of how it works, right? Enemy monster that is not a hero, so like 3 scrolls of the game. Yeah, this is... traits, none. Artifacts. Roll a die each time an enemy unit within 18 of the bear successfully casts a spell that is not unbound. On a 3-up, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds after the spell has... Nah. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can pick one enemy hero within 3 of the bear and roll a die. On a 3-up, the hero cannot be picked to fight in that phase. Maybe. That's techie. It's only a hero, though. So, no. And then Cloak and Mist, ignore modifiers to save rolls for attacks that target the bear. Yes. If any of them started a 3-up. Ethereal Amulet is back, baby. So you take Master Magic, and your Velocita is ethereal, just like the old days. It was a shy-ish artifact, I think. Yeah. Ethereal Amulet was a shy-ish artifact, so really you got it back. They reached into the Wayback Machine and they pulled out a family favorite. I wish they would have reached into the Wayback Machine and pulled out Battle Brew for the BCR book, but okay, that's fine. And give me the good Battle Brew. The one where you could hurt yourself to just hit and wound on 2s with your whole profile every turn. Blood. It seems good. Night. Once per turn, during the enemy charge phase, after an enemy unit finishes a charge, you can pick one friendly Legion Knight unit within 12. Oh, you have the OBR ability. Okay. That's good. That is good. Swift form. Oh, you only have one heroic action, huh? Pick one friendly Legion of Night vampire hero more than 3 from all enemies. He can teleport. And then he can't move. Okay. Heroic action teleport, huh? Well, I guess you don't have to take Tunnel Master. I guess you don't need to take Tunnel Master this season. That's good. Into the Jaws of Death. At the end of the charge phase, you carry out this monstrous rampage with a friendly Legion of Night Zombie Dragon or Legion of Night Terrorgeist, but not Manfred's Mount. Okay. Pick one enemy within 6 and roll 2d6, add 3 to the roll if that enemy unit is within a half inch of this unit. If the roll is greater than the unmodified charge roll for that charge move, this unit can attack with its Pestilential Breath or Death Shriek in this phase and must target that enemy unit. Wait. Okay. So this essentially lets you breathe twice. You probably roar, right? No, it's the one enemy unit made a charge. It's not you. I was thinking you're breathing when you're charging. This is Unleash. Okay. But you have to beat their charge roll with you having +3. It works when you are charged. So weird. I don't know if that's good. I have to look at their breath weapon. If their breath weapon is really good, then maybe, but still. Does this include Velocita? Yes. Can you unleash twice? No. But you can unleash and then Monstrous Rampage, because they're not the same. Ahem. D6 attacks, 3-3-1-3. D6 attacks. Gross. I like that it's 1-3. At least it's 3 damage. Better than Stomp, worse than Roar. I don't think I compare these to any of those, really, right? No, I mean you do, because you are in combat. I guess you have to. I think you're just roaring every time, still. I think you're still just roaring. How many monsters are you really going to have? I'm leaning back. This is going to be like an 8-hour stream. I'm leaning the fuck back. Deal with it. Give me music in the background as well. Shit's weird. Teleport good. Anti-charge good. Action mid. It's good if you roar elsewhere. Yeah, I'm thinking about how many monsters are going to be in your list, and the answer is almost certainly only 1. If you have 2, then it becomes a lot better, right? Because then you're actually going to choose it, maybe. Interesting to unleash Heck. Yeah, you could double shooties. And I don't, yeah, I suppose you, yeah, maybe you could be Moritarg Vamp. Maybe that's something you're going to do. Maybe that's a list in this new book. During deployment, instead of setting up this general on the battlefield, you can place them one side and say they're set up an ambush as a reserve unit. If you do at the end of your movement phase, oh, you just give them deep strike? Those generals on the battlefield add 1 save rolls and ward rolls for attacks target friendly Legion Knight summonable units in the first battle round. Okay. Models in friendly Legion Knight summonable units count as 2 models instead of 1 for the purpose of contesting objectives while they're wholly within 12 of the general. That's the problem there. You can null deploy basically your whole army, yeah. Is there a way of you getting a charge bonus so you can like alpha with this thing? These are all just weird. Artifact's power. Ignore negative modifiers to save rolls for attacks made with missile weapons that target the bearer. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon that targets the bearer is 6, attacking unit suffers a mortal wound. Okay. Morbeheg's Claw. In your hero phase, if the bearer is more than 3 inches from enemies, you can say that they will carve sigils into the ground using Morbeheg's Claw. Alright, if you do, add 2 to casting rolls for friendly Legion Knight wizards wholly within 12 until your next hero phase. However, the bearer cannot make a normal move, run, retreat, or attempt to charge. Okay. Okay, so the hero you're giving this to is like some necromancer who's plopped out on an objective and is just never gonna move. Ever. But then all your other coven of wizards are at +2. Okay. Yeah, he's just hanging out. He's just drawing pictures in the sand with a little stick. Alright, and this is where the enemies are. How are they staying within 12? I guess they're not moving either. I guess you just have 5 heroes that are just standing. Feels like they tried to make this really tricky like Manfred is. And in these two, I think they succeeded. Although teleports and deep strikes without charge bonuses or anything feel awful. Monstrous action doesn't really spark joy, even though you can double up with it. And your traits and artifacts are just kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Yeah, like this stuff, like, this is really cool, but are you, your Velocita or whatever general is this army, are you really just standing him on an objective and keeping him there so that people count as 2? If they just counted as 2 somehow and could do their own thing, that would be cool, but you gotta babysit him in a weird way. Deep striking your general doesn't feel good when you're gonna land and just natty try to roll a 9. I don't know what you're doing there. And if you start with your general deep strike, and I know this because I play Beast Claw, you don't get your starting command points because your general's not on the battlefield. Which sucks. And the bait is like, I don't know. Maybe everything is summonable, but if my opponent's like, I have a 5-up ward and +1 saves, but it goes away at the end of battle round 1 and it can never come back, I'll be like, okay, so I'll just do whatever I want and score some points and I'll just wait. Oh, battle round 2 rolled around. All right, your thing went away. Cool. All right, now I'm gonna crash in and try to double you. I'll just wait. So the bait is like you're baiting a player to choose this rather than an opponent to come after you. I don't know. And the artifacts of power are just like goofy. You're terrified of shooting, but only for the save rolls, and like the really good shooting is mortal wounds. Chiropractor's cloak is something that's going to do 4 mortal wounds when your general gets killed. Like, okay. And then this thing requires a lot of your army to be stationary. This subfaction is just fucking weird. It's weird, and not in like a good way. Neferata wrote the rules for Legion of Night this time? Perhaps. Anyway. Wolfos Dyna Wolf. The strength of the wolf is the pack. The strength of the magic is the pack.
This is a Game Shop's jam.
The strength of Amazon warehouse is the package. Oh damn, this is a fucking bop. DK Island? Slowed down. The perfect song for talking about wolves. In the combat phase, after a friendly Vyrkos hero has fought for the first time, you can pick one friendly Vyrkos unit that has not yet fought and is within 3, and is wholly within 12 of the hero, and that unit fights. If you pick to fight immediately a Vyrkos hero after that unit has fought, you cannot then use this ability to pick another. You know how you solve this? Let's talk. So what is this ability? This ability is essentially... it's I go, you go. That's what they want. For heroes only. That's the effect they want to do. So how did they write that? In the combat phase, after a friendly Vyrkos hero has fought for the first time in that phase, you can pick one friendly Vyrkos unit that has not yet fought and is within 3 of enemy unit and is wholly within 12. The hero fights immediately. But they don't want you to do it more than once. And so they don't tell you you can't do it more than once, but then they do a designer's note to say that you can't do it more than once. So if they only want you to do it once, could we say instead, in the combat phase, you could do it 2 ways. The first time a friendly Vyrkos hero has fought for the first time in the phase, right? Because then, you know, you couldn't do it a second time. But that comes with a downside, because if you have multiple heroes, you can only do it to the first one. Or after the unit fights immediately, you could say, that unit fights immediately and you don't do this again. Anyway, two heroes fight, then opponent does. Got it. This ability only triggers one, or can be used once, yeah. So it's deadly coordination for Vyrkos only. It's, yeah, whatever the Lumineth ability is called. But only for Vyrkos heroes. Infamous lineage. Has to be wholly within 12, though. So this is good if you have 2 huge fighty monster heroes. And it's crap if it doesn't. So if you're building if you're making an army for Vyrkos, and you don't have 2 huge monster heroes, you're sort of wasting its main power. So Chadokar, I don't even know if I'd count Chadokar. Chadokar's like a mid-sized brawler. The second one doesn't have to be a hero. Oh yeah, it's just any unit. It could be a hero, but it doesn't have to be. I see. So it's not 2 heroes fight that opponent does. It's... It's 1 hero per combat phase, can rope in another unit to fight right away, Holy 12. You can just go hero, hero, unit. You can do it multiple times. I thought the designer's note says you can't, though. If the unit you pick to fight immediately is a Vyrkos hero, after that unit is fought, you cannot then use this ability to pick another friendly Vyrkos unit. So you can't go hero, hero, unit. Right? You can go hero, unit, hero, unit. You can go hero unit enemy, hero unit enemy. Yeah. It's LRL activations with restrictions. Yeah, or smashing and bashing except unconditionally. And only 2. So it's not 1 hero per combat phase. It's each hero that fights can rope in another unit to fight right away. We lost reroll casting for this. Only in pairs though. So it's LRL ability with restrictions. I saw this in chat and I'm just typing it here. We lost reroll casting for this. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna scroll to the warscroll section and everything is like insane at fighting, but even if it is, I don't really think that's good. I don't think this is like that good of an ability. You know, they print heroes now, and half of the heroes they make are like, after Skullmaster has fought, a nearby Bloodletter unit can immediately fight. You know how they do that? They started printing that stuff. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's very good. I normally just sort of... I don't rate it, as the kids say. With Soren, thanks to the 5 tier 1 gifters. I appreciate it. Thanks for the grip, my friend. It's good when it was an army-wide rule you got for free. Yeah. I don't know that I want it as a sub-faction ability. Heroic Lineage 2. So you get some heroic actions. Pick a hero, then pick a friendly Dead Walkers within 12. Add D3. The ability allows a friendly Dead Walkers unit to be taken above its maximum unit size. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Cool. cool. Now I have to buy two. This guarantees me having to buy 2 boxes of zombies for the extra like 5 that I add to the unit over the course of some games. I need 2 boxes now. I think the unit max should just be what the max is. Kin of the Wolf. Pick a friendly, add 1 unit of 10 direwolves to your army. Oh, you just straight up add 10 direwolves to your army, huh? No rolling, it just works? You cannot carry out this heroic action more than once per battle. I was expecting to read that sentence. This is what Radukar the Beast used to do. Did they take his special stuff from him? It got cut from him and given to the faction. Okay. So why do you... But this is like the one faction where you might play him. So do you still want to play him even if he lost his stuff? Did the faction like absorb his shit and... Did he lose his job? Is my man fired? Is it once per game per hero? No, it's once per game period. It can only be carried out once in the whole battle. It's not, you know. Alright, first turn, 10 wolves. Turn 2, 10 wolves. Turn 3, you guessed it, 10 wolves. I mean, 10 wolves for free just for picking the sub-faction is good. You're playing with a 2100 point army now. I don't think strength of the pack is much to write home about. 50 wolves for free. I mean, obviously they can't move, they just got summoned. Do I even need to write that? Fan traits. You can reroll charge rolls for friendly Vyrkos units wholly within 9 of the general. Hey! Nice. Hunter's Snare. For the purposes of contesting objectives, the general counts as a number of models equal to their wounds characteristic. Hey, it's what I thought. This is what I thought Large and in Charge should have been for Mega Gargants. And then they kinda did that. But they still have you look at a fucking table in between. It's actually more complicated than not. Ooh. Vyrkos General only, including uniques? Hold up. This is some cheer 100. Because like all of them are unique. This general counts as number of models equals their wounds characteristic. Alright. At the start of your hero phase, friendly Vyrkos Dead Walker units wholly within 9 and make a normal move up to 3. I mean, that's good.
Bits.
If you're playing Deadwalkers. Are you trying to play Deadwalkers in a Vyrkos army? If so, like, extra 3-inch move is good. They have to be Holy 9, so they're really packed in there. It's like a Saturn's ring, you know. Wolves are Deadwalkers? Oh, okay. Alright. Solved. Sure. These are bad, but it's cool that unique named characters can take them. If only they weren't bad. Percussive Scruff, thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Maybe they're balanced. It's like, look, normally unique units can't take these, so we have to make them bad. Maybe that's the thing. Again, they can take these artifacts. Pretty good. Summonable units wholly within 9 have a 5 upward instead of a 6. That's pretty good. At the start of the enemy hero phase, you can say that the bear will stop the terminus clock. Alright, I'm in. Let's roleplay. If you do, on a 3 up until the end of the phase, subtract 1 from casting rolls for enemy wizards. Why would you not say that they can stop the terminus clock? Seems like there's no downside to doing that every time. If the bear is on the battlefield, you can roll a die each time your opponent spends a command point on a 4-up. You receive... Oh, Slurp? These are kind of cool. Yeah, these are all, like, not bad. Ahem, hiccup. So... do you take the capture one? Like, you have to choose one of these. If you do, you can reroll charge rolls normally. This sucks. This is okay. Maybe. And deads can move 3. Maybe this allows them to keep up with something if you're giga chaffing yourself. You're chaffed up. So what do you get with Wolfo's Dynawolf? You get 2 things fight instead of 1, but it's kind of specific and it always has to include a hero. You get 10 free wolves. And then some, like, okay traits and artifacts that you can apply to a unique, which is really cool. Yeah, can I offer you a nice 10 wolves in this trying time? You can very minorly overcap healing on a zombie unit or something, or well, I guess they want you to play wolves, so a wolf unit. If dire wolves are the shit somehow, this is maybe alright. Like, you surround all of your heroes with little rings of wolves and they're just moving around? I don't know. Does not spark joy. So, blood sparks joy. Night is weird, but not in a fun way. And Wolfos is... like, they're trying to give you stuff. They're trying to bribe you to take it. But it's not working. Next is the Kastelai Dynasty. Sorry, this should be... Might to the Crimson Keep. Oh, this is Prince Longdong's subfaction. At the end of the combat phase, if any enemy models are slain by attacks with melee weapons of a friendly Kastelai vampire unit in that phase, you can pick one relevant ability opposite. If more than one of the abilities would apply to the unit, you must pick which ability that unit gains. Cannot gain the same ability more than once per battle. Why can't you pick the same one twice? What's the problem? If more than one of the abilities opposite would apply to the unit, you must pick which one the unit gains. So not only can you not pick the same one twice, you can only ever benefit from one. So you only get one of these ever, right? Where's the fun in that? I'm supposed to be leveling up. Am I reading this wrong? You just get one of them? Ever? Like, let's say I kill a unit, and I'm like, give me that +1 damage. And then I kill a unit later, and I'm like, give me the +1 attacks. But, more than one of the abilities opposite would be applying to me, right? Because I've now chosen two, I just have to choose which one instead. Damn. Well, why would they need to say that a unit can't gain the same ability more than once? If more than one of them would benefit you, you have to pick one. Alright, I'm gonna read chat. This is worded so weirdly. It's if a unit you kill would fit more than one category. If the slain monster was a hero or a monster, do this. If the slain model had a wounds characteristic of 3... Oh, I see. So there's further... You don't... It's not just killing something. You have to kill a specific thing. That's... I see. It's just... They wrote this weird. The sentence here, if more than one of the abilities opposite would apply to that unit, you must pick. That unit doesn't mean your unit. That unit means their unit. That's where I was messed up. I see. Yeah, that's the trick. Man. Sometimes the rules writing is getting better, and sometimes maybe I'm just having a problem with it. Power up. Not stag makes sense, so you can't cleave through clan rats or gobos and get plus 20 move. Right. When I said they should have, I'm talking about back when it was unit. Now that it's model, it makes sense that they don't stack. You could also just have it trigger once, which it does, right? Yeah, if any enemy models were slain, it's not for each. So actually, it would be fine to stack, I think. It's plus 1 damage a battle round, right? That's fine, right? Plus 4 damage, that's fine on turn 5. Because it's asking a yes or no question. Did you do this? It's not asking how many. Level up abilities are fun, but rarely good. But this is alright. I'd lean into it. If you get all 3, you should unlock a set bonus. Like you equipped all 3 set pieces, and now you get a set bonus, and you should have like some giga ability if you manage to collect all the Pokemon during the battle. So you kill a hero or monster, and you kill a 3-up wound, and you kill a 1-2 wound, you should get a set bonus. And not like Diablo 3, where the itemization was dog shit. And the set bonuses were... That's not even... I don't know if you're memeing or not, but that's not even a meme. The set bonuses were literally plus 5,000% damage. They were that bad. at balance, at itemization. They were just so bad at it. But yeah, it should be something cool. Like if you get all three, you just like can't die or something. Like your save becomes 2-up, or you get a 4-up award, or some nutso thing. Maybe not 5,000%. Maybe not 5,000%. But we'll double them, you know. Like if you get all three, then the bonus is, you know, double. Plus 2 dam, plus 2 attacks, plus 2 moves, something like that. Or if you get all of them, those become default for you, and you can start trying to get all three of them again. And you get 1 free spin. You get 1 free spin on the wheel if you get all of them. Yeah, transform them. You turn the knights upside down. Keep prestiging. Yeah, Exodia the Forbidden One. Masters of Retaliation. Until the end of the turn, at the end of each phase, if any wounds or mortal wounds were allocated to that hero and he lived, roll a die for each enemy unit within 3 of them. On a 2-up, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Okay. You joined on Kastelai. Did you miss any dynasties? Yeah, you missed the one good one. You missed Blood. Blood was sick. Blood was sick. Knight was weird but not fun. Wolf was kind of disappointing. And Kastelai is Mimi. We're memeing. So, at the end of the combat phase, your hero, which is like, I'm assuming, a Mortarch or a Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon or something, if he's still in combat with anybody, which I would presume that he wouldn't be because he would have killed them, he does like a gulping bite, except it almost auto works because it's a 2-up instead of a 4-up. So he like gulping bites. More consistent gulping bite. I don't know. I'm expecting my big hero to fucking kill shit though, and not like fail to kill it. Gets a meh from me. Battle Crazed. At the end of the charge phase, you can carry this monster's rampage. Any monster, okay. Add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by this unit in the following combat phase. That's pretty good. Yeah. Now you're at +1/+1. Maybe you've used Roar already. Maybe you think that statistically the wound roll is going to help more than an extra rend. And also you have to factor in that this automatically works and Roar can fail. So it's like, you know, I could see that. Yeah, this is good. Roar is better, but it might fail. This can't fail. Cool. It's a fine monsters action. You can reroll charge rolls for friendly Kastelai units while they are wholly within 12 of this general. You can reroll charge rolls for friendly Vyrkos units wholly within 9 of this general. Alright, and the one that wants to reroll. Okay, so only 2 of them have that. Anyway, there is a command ability to do this, so this is bad. Once per turn, if this general is on the battlefield and friendly Kastelai Vampire unit gains an ability with the Crimson Keep that this general has not already gained, he just gains it? The gains. Alright. Undead Gains Lord. Hold up. Undead Gains Lord. That's fun. That is the fun choice. There's no range on it either. Alright, we found the fun choice. This is the fun choice. So you send off your Kastelai vampires. They farm this. They farm the bonuses. They farm your set items for you, right? And then they log on to D2JSP. And then they offer it up to their Gains Lord, and they're like, here you go, sire, have your +1 damage, right? And then this dude is just a Chad. His minions farm for him, and then he uses the gear to win with. He's like a streamer. That's fun. This is the fun choice. He's your raid leader getting free tier set. He's your raid leader's girlfriend getting free tier set. Is there a skeleton heavy allegiance? You can't remember. So far, no. Not that I've seen so far. The Shifting Keep. During your deployment, if this general is on the battlefield, instead of setting it up. Oh wait, so you have to deploy him first, but then once he's on the battlefield, anybody else you set up who is a Blood Knight can deep strike. You can set up 1 unit in the Crimson Keep for each unit you have in the battlefield. At the end of movement phase, you can set up 1 more reserve. How come they're giving you all these deep strikes in sub-factions when grave sites are deep strikes? They're just shit versions of it. I guess this is because it's like general and troops and stuff instead of just summonable, maybe. I love that everyone can relate to the raid leader girlfriend getting loot. I mean, it's... Look, early online stuff was just a reflection of reality, right? It's human nature. Early online stuff. I mean, okay. Depends on how old you are. Your early online stuff might be original World of Warcraft. It might be original EverQuest. Might be Ultima Online. Might be even before that on some Meridian 59 garbage. It might be in multi-user dungeons before even that. Depends on your era, but it all reflects human nature anyway. 2005 RuneScape? Okay. So after original WoW, but RuneScape was always a weird one. Because RuneScape was like, let's make an MMO that looks like it was made in 1998. But it was made 10 years later. early online stuff. GeoCities with MIDI playing and animated torches. Oh yeah, and some Angel Fire web pages. The fucking spinning globe GIF, right? Netscape Navigator. Come on, guys, we're going to Comp USA. It's right next to the Blockbuster. Like turning into a human skeleton. Web rings. Little bulletin boards. So yeah, these traits. Not good. The 6-disc Final Fantasy VIII set for Windows 98 in the bargain bin at Comp USA was a blessing as a child. Yeah, the with the little gold lettering on the side that said greatest hits, or was it green? I think it was like a neon green. Called Greatest Hits. The game came out like 2 months ago. Greatest Hits. Final Fantasy VIII was actually pretty chill. I like that one. 6 dicks. FF8 had some super comfy music. And a real cool art style for the time. And the story was so bad that if you actually thought about what was happening, you could invent a whole new story based on all the facts you learned, and it was a more interesting story. Wasn't Myst like 3 discs? I don't know how many discs Myst was. I played it back in them days. How many floppies was Doom? Couldn't you install Windows on... I'm trying to think. How many floppy disks did Windows 95 come in? Sorry, we're being old. Hey, you know, the longer we're reminiscing about being old, the more viewers I get. I've been watching that. Interesting. How do they know? Anyone play OG Baldur's Gate and you'd have to bust out the accordion of discs to move around in the game? Yes. I loved original Baldur's Gate. I'm looking forward to 3. Can you believe they almost made 3 Baldur's Gates in 30 years? Gravesand Shard. Once per battle round. At the end of your battle shock phase, you can return 1 slain model to each friendly Kastelai summonable unit wholly within 18 of the bear. 1? Once per battle round? I thought that said fragrance of the keep. What are you wearing, darling? Oh, it's called Fragrance of the Keep. God damn. You know I love that scent, baby. I'm getting dressed up tonight. Subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by enemy units within 1 of the bear. This is good. Add 3 to run and charge rolls for the bear. Holy shit, it's the artifact that everybody else wanted for their deep strike thing. We found the charge bonus. Never mind. Casket. Alright, we found some good artifacts here. Baldur's Gate is doing better than Half-Life. Technically, they made Alex or whatever it was, but I didn't play that. And I don't know, was that just a demo or something? Yeah, they're working on it. Anyway, the charge bonus one is good for Deep Strike, and -1 to be wounded is just a good defensive thing to always have on. And it's within 3, so you don't even have to target. You don't even have to target this guy. Avengorii. Cursed A-bombs. Is a less formal war host and more of a menagerie of frenzied necrotic horrors. I'll translate this for you. It's less of a real sub-faction of units with any sort of cohesion or theme. It's a bunch of shit from fantasy we couldn't figure out anything else to do with, so we dumped it in this army book. Alright, thanks. Once per turn at the start of the combat phase, you can pick one monster within 3. Until the end of that phase, use the top row of the unit's damage table, regardless how many wounds it has suffered. Once per turn at the start of the combat phase. Okay. Damn, this is way better than the stupid trait you could take for Beast Claw for one monster. Once per turn, one monster fights a top bracket. Titans of the Grave. Pick up to D3 different enemy models within 1 and roll a die. If the roll is greater than the model's wounds characteristic, it is slain. Interesting. Goodbye to banners and unit champs. I don't know about that. I mean, surely sometimes you can, but it being within 1 inch, I don't think you can regularly expect to just so happen to be within 1 of a champion or something. The range makes it a little goofy when it comes to really playing. Now, when you're charging, maybe you could do that, depending on how they're positioning them. When they're charging, I would hope that they would not open themselves up to such a thing. Until the end of the following combat phase, the first time a different friendly Avengorii unit within 6 is destroyed, this unit can fight immediately. Okay, so you're playing with like multiple monsters, and so the one that you are not going to activate right away gets to fight. No, the one that you are going to... So you choose Unstoppable Nightmare. You choose the one that you're activating first. And it's gonna fight twice. Yo, this guy gets to fight twice? Hold up. Because it doesn't say for the first time, or if it hasn't already, right? So think about we're on the table, and you have like dogs, or just something that's going to die right away. And then you have your general flying the humongous vampire and everything. And so you charge in. He fights right away, and he uses the monster action, and then he fights right away. Then your opponent could kill the dogs. Maybe they have to because they charge something else. Eventually, they're going to have to kill the dogs. And when they do, he gets to pile in a second time. So this is like free double damage for him, which is actually kind of sick. It has to be within 6, though. You got to say during the charge phase. But you're not choosing which unit, right? Because it's a rampage, so you're just choosing your one vampire lord. You're like, all right, I'm an unstoppable nightmare. The vampire lord, right? Goes to combat, pile him in and fight, kill whatever. And then it's your opponent's turn. And they look at the dogs and they're like, well, if we attack the dogs, we'll kill them. And then he'll get to pile in and attack again. So we kind of have to attack him. But maybe the dogs have positioned themselves so that they're the only things you can fight. Again, this is going to be like really tricky. It's got potential. It's really tricky to set up since it's only 6 inches. But you can get your Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon General to fight twice, essentially. Which is pretty cool. Big brain tactics in a monster mash. It doesn't have to be a monster mash. It could be anything, but yeah. Okay, Cursed Abominations means that probably want some monster mash, but strike 1 from rule, let's see, wound rolls made with melee weapons. The target friendly Avengorii monsters wholly within 12 of this general. Okay, so Rhymefrost Hide for everybody within 12. Usually this just means the general, but that's still good. Start the combat phase, you can roll a die for each enemy unit within 3. On a 5-up, suffers 1 mortal wound, and the strike last effect applies to that unit until the end of that phase. Okay. 5-up is pretty unlikely. If it's your turn, you're fighting first anyway, so probably not. He's unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. Nice. If you shoot him, he can move d6 of outside 9. Stolen.
I need some music.
Stolen from Old Iron Jaws. Breath of the Void Maw. Once per battle at the start of the combat phase, you can pick one enemy within 6. On a 2-up, the unit suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to the roll. That's bad. Beastclaw has this as well. Gorvar's Kala. Once per battle start of the combat phase, you can say that the bear will don Gorvar's collar. Buckle up. If you do so, the strike first effect applies to the bear until the end of the phase. Cool. So once per battle, when someone charges you, you just kill them. That's good. The Furious Crown. Once per battle, start of your charge phase, you say the bear will unleash the Fury of the Crown. After the bear makes a charge move, you can pick one enemy within one. Roll a number of dice equals a charge roll. Oh, so once a game impact hit, I'm taking the collar. Cute collar. What's the song? Loop 6, Shenmue by Funk Fiction. This is smooth video game music. FM. Ahem. Okay, so let's review. Let's review all the dynasties. We got Blood, which has an incredible subfaction rule. Heroic actions are the shit. It has no traits, but Ethereal Amulet is back. So overall, Blood is sick. Great faction, fun. Knight is weird and not good. Really finicky. Goofy, annoying to play, but not rewarding. It is bad. The charge thing is neat, and once an entire 5 free teleports with no way to interact with them is good positionally, but nothing else it does is really interesting. Wolves. As I read every wolf ability, and I'm like, if dire wolves aren't any good, I don't know what the fuck this subfaction is supposed to be doing. And I get the impression that dire wolves are chaff, so I don't know why so many of these abilities are like buffing them or protecting them or something. You get plus 10 wolves. That's it. And you're supposed to, I suppose, like super chaff up really tightly with the wolves when you're moving around, but I'm not sure why. Overall, it does not spark joy, but maybe I get to the warscroll section and dire wolves are just like annihilators or something, I don't know. Kastelai Dynasty. The level up system is fun. It's written in a really confusing manner that took 10 people and me from chat a good 3 minutes to figure out what the fuck they meant by it. But once we figured it out, it's like, okay, that's kind of fun. Usually these kind of things aren't good because in the game, you charge some unit, you kill it, they charge back, it's dead. Right? Where in that scenario would leveling up have done anything? Nowhere. So, alright. But it's like fun. And the fact that your general can slurp it, Undead Slurp Lord, so he slurps all the bonuses that you've leveled up into, that's kind of cool. But once again, it's like a, you know, it's a late game, you have to build up to it, that's always bad. You do have a deep strike, and you get a charge bonus to that deep strike, so it's like a real one. And -1 to be wounded is pretty good. So like your artifacts and traits are kind of good. Kastelai's alright, I think. But you know, the most important time for a unit is like the initial, the first time they do anything. That's like the biggest thing. And that's when you're at your weakest, kind of. You don't get the charge bonus for the deep strike, only the general gets it. Yes, only the general gets it. So you're not deep striking with anything but your general. Or, I mean, you could, but I don't know why you would. Avengorii, if you're like the most finicky tactical player ever, you can sometimes get double attacks with your general. And you do have a good trait. And you do have a cute collar. But then, so I almost would say that, man, Avengorii is for like, you want your one Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon to just be such a Chad, right? That's like all of these. That's all of them, you know? They all do that. For the most part, I don't know that the subfactions spark joy. Does Nagash fit into any of these well? Let's find out. I don't think he gets any of the keywords, so no. I looked at Nagash's warscroll yesterday, and he's a war master, like, non-keyword acquirer. So I don't think he gets any allegiance stuff from the armies that he's in. And subfactions are allegiance abilities. So I don't believe he fits into any of them because he doesn't gain the keywords with which to use any of them. As I see it. On battle ends, you complete the grand strategy if you control more grave sites than your opponent. And it's the same as objectives. Maybe you could do this. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strategy if you replace 3 or more friendly summonable units that were destroyed during the battle. I mean, that's... You almost have to succeed at every 4-up. But you get 2 chances to do it every battle round. One on your turn, it's a 3-up. On your opponent's turn, it's a 4-up. Empire of Corpses might actually work. You might actually be able to do that. You get, I would say, something like 8 chances to succeed 3 times at Empire of Corpses, as long as you don't run out of heroes. So I think we found our auto. Yes. The only way for your opponent to interact with it is not to kill your stuff or to kill all your heroes. Is to like kill all your heroes and stand on all your grave sites in the very center or something, right? When battle ends, you complete this grand strategy if there are more friendly summonable units than enemy units wholly within enemy territory. You know, this is one... They already have this one. They just added the word summonable to it. When the battle ends, you complete this grand strat if there are no heroes from your opponent's starting army on the battlefield, and the only friendly heroes on the battlefield are vampires. You have to kill all of your opponent's heroes and play with only vampire heroes. And have at least one of them still alive. If you giga win, Empire of Corpses, easy. Pick one summonable. You complete this tactic if that friendly unit is destroyed during this turn. Okay. You're gonna kill this one. I guarantee it. Cursed on life. You complete this tactic if any wounds allocated to general or to 2 other friendly vampire units are healed using the hunger. We'll see how reliable hunger is. You could do this one. The Grasping Dead. You complete this tactic if that unit is within 3 of any enemy units at the end of the turn. Okay. This is like your huge chaff blob starts the turn in combat and ends the turn in combat. Okay. The Choicest Vintage. Pick one enemy hero on the battlefield to complete this tactic if the enemy hero is slain by an attack made by a friendly vampire hero. Well, that's easy. This one's mine, ×2, right? Complete this tactic if you control 2 or more objectives wholly outside your territory, and each of them is contested by summonable or vampire. Okay. Endless Nightmare. If 6 or more slain models are returned. Okay, you could do that. These aren't the worst. Some of them are auto. Alright. Yeah, here's Nagash. I rather like his new war scroll. I think his new war scroll is pretty good. New war scroll is pretty good. I think he's about as good as Teclis. For 200 points more. Because he used to cost 900, so he always costs something like 900. Is SBGL and OBR Nagash the same? Yeah, he's a War Master. So they just reprint the scroll. It's not 900 plus good. No, it is not. It's a really badass war scroll for like a 760 hero, though. How could he cost the same in both armies? There's no way he should, obviously, right? But that's kind of how they do things. Is he the most expensive unit in the game? Yeah. Isn't it weird that he's not the best? He's 35 points off of literally being unplayable. I don't know. I think he's right on the money. I think if you don't change his points, seems pretty unplayable to me. Got him. Alright. Manfred von Manstein. Manfredo. We're gonna play the game, alright? We're looking up point costs, I'm guessing. So play along at home. We're gonna guess the points costs after reading the scrolls. So I did this for OBR, and I know Nagash already. So guess is 760, but he is 965 or some shit. Lol. There's that one. 14 wounds, 3 up save. 16 flying, very fast. Geist Devour. 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 2, 2. It's okay. 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2. 6, 4, and 3, 2, 2, and then 6 Spectral Claws. Alright, he's got a decent chunk of attacks. He's got like a mid 300s attack profile here. Closing in on the lower 300. He is a double caster. And he is a War Master. So, let's start listing the accolades. Decent attacks. It feels like low 300s profile for attacks. 14 wound, 3 up, 16 flying. Super fast. Good wheel. Double caster. That's good. War Master. Well, double caster, double Jenny. Those are good. He is locked to Legion of Night. So he sucks. Because Legion of Night sucks. Let's see. Locked to Legion of Night. Oof. Yeah, good use of wheel. Good use of wheel. The first wound or mortal wound caused to this unit each phase is negated. This adds up and is actually pretty good. He's resistant to chip damage in multi-phases, which usually doesn't matter, but the better your opponent is, or the better your opponent's list is, usually there's a lot more chip. Sword of Light and Shadow. Each time the unit fights any wounds caused by his claws, glaive, and claws and daggers. So his claws, glaives, and claws and daggers. So everything but Geistvor. Could we just say... Okay, so you have to do that first, and then you put wounds in from the Geistvor. I see. So we're organizing them. If any enemy models are slain by wounds caused by Geistvor, until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attack's character melee weapons used by friendly knight summonable units while they're wholly within 12. So you have to attack with everything first, just to make sure that he... Well, it's summonable anyway. I don't even think that's very good. Because it's Legion of Night summonable. Strike first effect applies to this unit if it makes a charge move. In addition, if the unit receives a redeploy, it can attempt a charge instead of making a d6. That's cool. The hunger. After all its attacks have been... I think everybody gets the hunger. I think this is a vampire thing. Each time the unit fights after all of his attacks have been resolved, you can heal up to a number of wounds allocated to this unit equal to the number of wounds and mortal wounds caused by those. Max 6. Okay. The Hungor. Max 6. Heals damage, deals. Hunger's good. The hunger is kind of what I was hoping the ogre army would get. Something like that. Winds of Death. Alright, a spell cast on a 7, range of 18. Pick one enemy unit within range invisible. Roll a die for that unit and each other enemy unit within 6 of that unit on a 3-up. D3. Okay, so just a big old blast. Alright. AoE bomb blaster boy. Yeah, just he whips a fucking Molotov cocktail across the battlefield and blows up. Because he negates the first wound attributed to him, would that count towards max healable for the hunger? No. Because it's... You heal per damage you deal. It's not a maximum... what do you call it? You can heal 6, right? I don't know how to describe this. You can just heal 6. Negating and healing are different. And this is a different ability that's triggering off of a different thing. It's not you can heal a max of 6 this turn from any thing. Yeah, they don't processing trust. They just don't interact, these two. They don't have anything to do with each other. What does this guy cost? So what do I like about him? I like that he has a 16-inch move that's really fast with flying. He's got a 3-up natural save, 14 wounds. The hunger is sick. He's pretty good at fighting. He's a double caster. His spell is good. This stuff is weird and bad and annoying. And you can't give him any artifacts or enhancements or anything like that. And he's locked in a sub-faction that I am not feeling. He lost his teleport. Well, I mean, he got it back. He just has to use a heroic action for it. But it's true that you are now giving up doing one thing for the thing he used to have. So, and his teleport used to be way cooler. Lost his awesome teleport and now has Mom, we have a heroic teleport at home. Here's the problem with him. I don't think Sword of Unholy Power or Mortar of Night are any good. I mean, they're kind of good, but all of his points are coming from Great Wheel, decent attacks, double caster, hunger, and I bet all the other Mortarks have that too. And I bet the other Mortarks have by accident at least one good ability among these 3 that's better than these. Oh, what do I cost this guy? And he's unique, so you don't have to worry about people spamming him. Man, locking him in the Legion at night really sucks, though. Maybe I just make him the best 330 point hero in the world. Yeah. He's just the best 330 point hero in the universe. That's my... Because like a double caster, sick ass wheel, fucking a million abilities, decent at, like, everything on this profile screams 400 points, and yet I'm gonna make him 330. Because Knight, and I'm not feeling these. You can do some like super big brain nonsense thing. Like I think somebody talked about it in chat. I was about to bring it up. Where you like teleport on opponent's turn with the heroic action, and then like instead of redeploy you charge and then you strike first on their turn. Like you're doing some goofy shit. But I bet the other ones are better. I might as well talk about it. Let's add it to the list. And let's check the tapes to make sure he can actually do that. Let's make sure he can actually do that, huh? Legion Knight Vampire Hero? More than 3? Yeah. Seems worth. Seems like it works. Um, 500 IQ play. Teleport heroic action, opponent's turn. Redeploy, charge them. Fight first on their turn. After charging them on their turn. Just to be sure, off topic, but Night Hunt can take the new Nagash. Yes, he's a War Master, so they print his War Scroll like separately, and then any army that has access can just pull it. So I believe the new Night or the new Nagash is the one Night Hunt will be using, because it's the most recently printed War Master like copy of that. I don't want to look at all the points. When will Kragnos be good? He's good right now. He's just really expensive, but he's good right now. Kragnos. He has a big weakness, and that's he's slow as fuck and he can't fly. But aside from that, he's like a synergy monster. Really good in ogres. I don't know if anybody else uses him in destruction anymore. Maybe Sons of Behemoth. His melee attacks seem pretty bad. They're good. He's not going to do 700 points of damage if he hasn't charged. But the reason you take Kragnos is not because of his melee attacks. They're fine. But you take him because he projects an aura of 3d6 charges, which in ogres means all of your impact hits are essentially rolling an extra d6. Like, you're getting like 12s to charge non-stop, and then 6 of those are mortal wounds. So it's like you put Kragnos in an ogre army and suddenly trampling charge is 50% better across the board. And if he charges a monster, it's dead. If he charges a unit, it's probably dead too. He's very hard to kill unless you just throw mortal wounds at him forever because of his natural 2-up. He's immune to spells. Like he's pretty good. Now, 720 is a lot of points for him, but he sort of doubles down on the synergies of your army and makes them all stronger. So he has a force multiplication effect, which is strong. And he's almost impossible to kill unless you are fighting an army that can have on-demand mortal wounds up the wazoo. Let's see. Also, I guess if he charges a monster, you roll 2d6, and if it's not a 7, it's probably dead. Which is nice. Doesn't happen all the time, but that's a nice bonus. So in some ways, it's not necessarily about him. A lot of stuff is about him. He's good. But when you have a Frostwood on Stonehorn, and he allows it to move... let's see, 14 plus 3d6 and crash into something for 7 mortal wounds, and then leap 3d6 over that and kill 2 of their heroes, and then just chill there with Finest Hour. And half of your opponent's army is trapped in their deployment zone, turn 1. Like, it's sort of like turning on a strategy, you know? This is probably an unpopular opinion, but you think all the God-type war scrolls should be pointed for casual play? Here's my hot take. They are. They are pointed for casual play. That's why Nagash is 965 or some shit instead of 760. That's why Kragnos is 720 instead of 620. They are priced for casual play. Got them. Anyway, let's see. More images. Teclis is not priced for casual play. But, no, you know, Teclis is priced for casual play. It's just his abilities are not written for casual play. That's the difference. There's no price you could make him to make somebody okay with it for casual play, probably. Nagash is 960. I don't know. He's like 900 and something. I think he's 945, maybe 965, something like that. He's in the 900s instead of the 700s, which is, to me, the important part. $965, yeah. How much was Manfred? Somebody said 390. Is he really 390 for Manfred? Okay. He can do some cool stuff. He can do some 500 IQ plays, but he's stuck in Knight. And I like him mostly because of what every Mortarch has, and all I'm looking for is like a interesting thing on the other Mortarchs, and then I don't know why I want him. So she's basically the same, except this does no damage. Maybe it's got a special rule. Same wheel, similar profile, 1 damage dagger. Double caster. At the end of any phase of any wounds caused by this unit's Akhmet-Har were allocated to an enemy hero. That enemy hero has not been slain, roll a die. On a 5-up, it's slain. Okay. I actually think this is better than what you might think I would say. You would think I would say, only a hero? Why are you rewarding her for not killing something? You should just kill something, right? And that's mostly true. But what I like is she's fighting stuff and she always splits attacks. And the attacks are the dagger. All the dagger attacks go into the hero. Everything else goes everywhere else. And you just roll a 5-up every time to try to sick value play, like accidentally kill any hero you're fighting. Twilight's Allure. Subtract 1 from your rolls for attacks made with melee weapons that target friendly Legion of Blood units holier than 12. That's fucking awesome. Alright, she's better than Manfred just from that. Yep. -1 to hit LOB. Holy 12. It was at this point that Manfred became trash. Doesn't wound allocation refer to them taking the wound itself, meaning it gets past armor ward? Yes. But notice it doesn't say and not negated. So you're just trying to get him, you know? You're trying to get away with something. This shouldn't work. But you're trying to essentially steal an entire hero profile from them. I'm not saying this is a good play, I'm just saying it's a play you can do. Anyway, Twilight's Allure, OP. Mortar, Manfred sucks. Mortar of Blood. At the end of deployment, before determining control of objectives, you can pick up to 3 friendly Legion of Blood on the battlefield. First, remove this unit from the battlefield, set it up again wholly within your territory. Oh, she gets, Lord Commander, Big Truck, Monster Man, what's his name? Bastion Carthalos? Bastion Truck Thalos. She gets his ability. You get to redeploy during deployment, essentially. 3 units. Technically 4, including her. So you put her and 3 guys all the way over here on this side of the board, and your opponent's like, okay, so I'm going to put this over here so it can intercept, or I don't want her to fight this. And then after deployment, whoop, we're over here. It's essentially turn 0 free infinite movement in your deployment zone, which is super good. That's super good. That is... Jesus. That's really super. She has the hunger. The hunger. Dark Mist. 6 and 12. Dark Mist. Cast 6, range 12. Pick 1 friendly Legion of Blood unit wholly within range and visible. Ignore negative modifiers to save rolls. Oh, okay. Okay. She good. For all this amazing shit down here, she gives up a decent chunk of damage. Probably net. She gives up maybe 2 or 3 damage total, which is not nothing. And she's in... And she's in the best sub-faction. And she has one of the best buffs in the defensive buffs in the game, which is Dark Mist. So like she has one of the best defensive buffs in the game, and just casually -1 to hit also. She is the shit. I think she is easily 100 points better than Manfred. I think she's 130 points better than Manfred. Manfred really costs 390 though, so if he really costs 390, she should... Maybe he's just hopeless and we try to price her correctly. Like, I'm looking at her and I'm thinking about some of the best buff wagons in the whole game, right? I'm thinking about stuff like... Well, not the best buff wagons in the game. I'm thinking about, like, humongous durable buff wagons that are just incredible. Like, Glucose, Great Unclean One. You know, just huge, really difficult to kill nonsense. Is she 460 worthy? Maybe. She's definitely in the 400s, no question. Yeah, I think she's 460. She's just so incredible. What is she? This is, my guess is locked in. 460. She's the same as Manfred? Why? What are points even for? Okay. Hell yeah. Well, as a player, I completely agree Games Workshop is right. 390 is the right cost for her. No objections, right? Any objections? Among the players? Don't hear any. All right, 390 sold. Sold to my army list for 390. Manfred? Tough luck, kid. Maybe next edition. If anything, she's overcost. Like 390. I mean, 375 is more fair, you know. Let me compare it to some random unit I pulled from some other army. All right, Prince Longdawn. "16 wounds on a 3-up, 14-inch move only. Pestilential Breath. Man, D6 attacks is so frustrating. I don't like that. That's not fun. 3 damage is good though. What a wild ride that breath is. That breath weapon. He's got a Blood Lance, which probably goes to 3 damage on the charge. That's sick. These 4s and 3s are gross, but -3, -3, -1, 2. Guy kind of slaps, but he is bad at hitting. Good wheel. He has big meaty hits, but he's kind of bad at hitting. 4s all over the place. I know that pain. I know that pain. But he's just got a shitload of them. This guy is a meat miracle. He's a wizard. Okay, single caster. I'll put his spell up there when I get to it. He is a Kastelai. I should say what they're in, right? Oh, he's a War Master. Single caster, double Jenny. Fist of Nagash. The Fist of Nagash. Once per turn, if this unit is on the battlefield, when a friendly Kastelai Vampire unit gains an ability with the might of the Crimson Keep Battle Cape, pick one other friendly Kastelai Vampire wholly within 24 of this unit that has not already gained the ability and that has not gained any other ability with the might of the Crimson Keep Battle trait in that turn, and it gains the same ability. So it's on the battlefield. When anyone gets an ability, he can pick one other friendly vampire wholly within 24. Now, is this one other like not him, or one other not the original one? Because usually when they say one other, the nomenclature always means someone who's not the originator of the ability. But here it's kind of unclear. I'm wondering if he can give it to himself, in other words. I think he can, but maybe not. I think he can give it to himself because it's the same sentence, right? So the topic of this, the subject is a friendly Kastelai vampire. And so other has to refer to that and not to him. Even though normally when they say other, they mean not this guy. I think in the sentence, if I'm using English, it makes sense to me. So it could be him. Has the level up steel trait, but more confusingly, and 24-inch range. Bloodlance charge. Rend 3, damage 3 on the charge. God damn. Alright, well. Looks like vampire lords are good again. The hunger. He has the hunger and the terror. Enemy units cannot receive the inspiring presence command while they are within 3 of him. Who's still within 3 of him after combat? Look at this motherfucker. Now all we need is a sculpt that doesn't look like this. Holy shit. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then Quick Blood. His old spell was a buff, but you couldn't target yourself with it, so I hated it. I can't remember what the buff was, but you had to target somebody else, so I thought it was bad. The new one is Quick Blood. Strike first effect applies to the caster until your next hero phase. Spell's amazing. Spell's way better than his old one. Quick spell. Cast on 7. Yep, Grizzlegore is back. As long as he succeeds at casting the spell, he is a one-man Grizzlegore army, just like in 2nd edition. If he charges, he kills you. On your turn, if you charge him, he kills you. First. Alright. I like him already. Alright, what a Chad. Prince Long Dong, the Dong got longer. This guy got an upgrade. And the fucking hunger on this dude, heal 6 basically anytime you're ever in combat. Shit. Alright, yeah, this guy's awesome. I like him. His old spell was 1 hit and wound on self. I thought it had to target another one. Maybe I'm thinking of 2 books ago. But if I had to choose between quick spell and +1 to hit and wound, I would unironically choose quick spell. I think it's better. I mean, quick blood, pardon me. Dude, if quick spell resolves, your opponent cannot deal with him. He's undeal-withable. On their turn, if they charge him, he kills them. Like, just checked, it was himself. Okay, so 2 books ago it was somebody else. Last book they fixed that. But yeah, he can all-out attack, which is half of those bonuses. And there's actually a decent chunk of +1 to wound floating around. Even still, I don't think his problem is damage. I don't know what his problem is. Maybe his problem is price. Maybe he's too expensive. Maybe his problem is he doesn't have a ward, I guess. But he has a 6-up, at least. Like, fighting first on your opponent's turn with an absolute monster that heals themselves is a fucking problem. It is a problem. Fist in Nagash used to be pick one other friendly Soulblight and that hero can fight. Yeah, it used to be really bad, but I guess in the interim book he got a good one. That other one was good, by the way. This guy's like the prime candidate for just taking in some other dynasty. Because Fist of Nagash isn't... Like, I don't care. I don't care about absorbing level up bonuses with this guy. He's plenty good already. I like him for what's on his warscroll. He's just like the Giga Hammer. His deal is actually like resolving this spell. Casting it on a 7, he doesn't have any bonus to cast. That's going to be the tricky part with him. Also, probably he's really expensive, I bet. This is the kind of warscroll that they're going to make cost $1 million because he does damage. What do I think they costed him at? Oh, jeez. What's my guess? I really like this guy. What's my guess? Yeah, can we give him +2 to cast with the claw, draw sand guy? Could maybe do that. I don't know if that was in that one or not. What's a Maw Crusher cost? A Maw Crusher is going to outdamage him for sure. But I'm thinking of the other like huge monsters in the game. Frostwood on Stonehorn is 450. This guy shits on Frostwood on Stonehorn except for the Monstrous Rampage. That's the only thing it's got. Maw Crusher. This guy's like equivalent probably. What is a Maw Crusher? 4 something, right? It's 480, okay. Now he can't absorb as many buffs the Maw Crusher can, right? So he's not going to do Maw Crusher damage really, but almost nothing can. They locked Neferata's spell to LOB. Yes, they did. That's probably a good thing. Did I say so? I didn't say so. Thanks for reminding me. I don't know what the normal Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon is supposed to cost, but this guy should be 460. Yeah, easily 460. He's the cost of one of the game-wide great, you know, huge punchy monsters. And the spell really puts him over the top for me. Even though it's random. Nice guess. Oh, why? Is he 460? 470. Okay, they went a little higher. I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping for another, like, I guessed 460 and they said 390. I was hoping for another one of those, but he does damage and they know how important that is. At almost 500 points, I'd maybe still take him. And you can't even give him anything. You pay a lot for this guy, but you get Grizzlygore on a 7-up. A one-man army. That's real good. Like, imagine casting Quick Spell, and then your opponent goes, and he can't fight it, because anything he charges it with will just die at the start of combat. And then your opponent double turns you, and he still can't fight it, because the spell lasts until your next hero phase. And they just have to, and like when you're painting this dude, you should put like a capital L like in his hand, and he's like offering it to the, here, you gotta hold this. Anyway, look Vi. We got the Mommy of Nightmares. I mean the Mother of Nightmares. 11-3, 12, Flya. She has some fights. She has some other fights that are actually pretty good. And then she has some, I don't know what the fuck this is doing. Single Casta. Good profile, good fights. Tail, what the fuck? I don't know what they're doing with that one, but that's fine. A single caster. Double Jenny. She is Avengorii. Queen amongst monsters. Once per turn at the end of the charge phase, you can pick one friendly Avengorii monster wholly within 12 of this unit. She picks herself. You carry out 2 different monsters rampages of that monster in that phase instead of 1. Damn, I gotta take a trait for that, and it's once per game. She gets to roar plus whatever. Every turn. That's sick. She's sick. That's good. Okay. My queen. Alright, that's sick. 2 monster extra, so like roar plus whatever the fuck. Hey, remember when we were looking over the Avengorii ones? Remember when we were doing that? Pick D3 different models within 1 and slay them. So if your opponent happens to do this wrong or you charge nicely, you can kill their champion. You can kill their champion, kill their fucking banner bearer, and then roar. Or first time friendly unit within 6 okay, so if she's near the thing, you can do the big brain play that's kind of weird and have her like fight twice plus roar. That's sick. Okay, so she's good. And even if there's no tactics to do, she gets to roar plus D3 mortal wounds stomp. That's good. That's damage. She's sick. I already like her. Nightmare Miasma. While an enemy unit is within 3 of any friendly units of this ability, worsen the rend characteristic of that unit's melee weapons by 1. Oh, sick. Okay, 3 up and -1 incoming rend. She's she thick, boy. Alright, that's sweet. The hunger. The Humgoar. Every time I type the hunger, it becomes slightly more and more misspelled. Alright, no, it starts out alright. The hunger, now it's capitalized, now it's getting a little more. Alright, how many times will I be typing this? The Queen's Diktat. Hey, yo, what? The Queen's Diktat is a spell that has a casting value of 6. Range of 24. Pick one enemy within range until your next hero phase. Avengorii monsters are eligible to fight in the combat phase if they're within 6 of that enemy. Oh, cool. You give Yeti Pile-In, the good shit. The Queen's Diktat is a spell that gives all other Avengorii monsters the full 6 inches instead of 3. It's a very appropriate spell. On theme. Actually, that's kind of a cool spell. Combat Chan, thanks for the gifter. Appreciate the gifter. To the Wood 82. Pretty appropriate. Thanks for doing this 2 days in a row. Well, if Games Workshop is gonna keep doing shit, like releasing stuff and giving a whole bunch of news and writing new battle tomes, i.e. content, I'm going to consume it or create it for others to consume. The rough patches are when Games Workshop isn't doing shit and they're just releasing like, here's another side game, here's some 40k stuff, and I got nothing to talk about. Look, I like playing Diablo 2, but those aren't the big streams, you know what I mean? Anyway, she's sick. I like Logavai now, what the fuck? She doesn't do like the most damage exactly, but she's pretty decent at it. Double Monstrous Rampages are awesome. Miasma is great. The Hunger is going to keep her alive. Queen's Diktat. It's like cute, but it's not like hugely impactful, really. The cool thing about this is if like you cast this on the unit maybe that you're already fighting from last turn, you can do some silly Yeti stuff like I'm going to retreat and then pile in 6 and end up back into combat, right? You can do something like if you're in combat, you cast the spell, she retreats, and then other people fight that thing, right? And then you do something, they do something, and now they have already activated. So when she piles in 6 at the end of combat to fight, nobody gets to activate and attack her, so she can like be safe, you know, or you can retreat and then pile in again and you have moved sort of like 6 inches this way. You can do a bunch of tricky tactical stuff, but at the end of the day, it's not like a damage buff or anything, so. Obi Watts, thanks for the tier 1 for 24 entire months. I appreciate it. That's almost 3 years. Thanks a lot. What should she cost? She's a wizard monster with 2 monster rampages, super durable, heals up to full, doesn't have a wounds table, so none of her stuff charts down as she gets wounded. Good wheel. She's just good. Is it greedy of me to want her to be like 280 or 290 or something like that? Or is she firmly in the 300s? Here's the problem with her at 300. Am I taking her instead of Neferata? No. So like if she costs 300, she's too close to a Mortarch, I think. Then again, everybody's not doing good stuff. Maybe you're choosing Avengorii and you're LARPing. So you're going to keep it that way, right? If you're playing Prince Longdong, you probably can't play another monster. And, like, she's good. But she's not some fucking hog pipe laying. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna say 300, I guess. But I'm expecting Games Workshop to have said 280 or something. What do we got? What do we got for her? She's 300? Okay, that's probably fair. She's quite good. I can already hear players complaining. 300's too much, she doesn't do enough damage. 11 wounds, lol. Just play something instead, her spell sucks. And they're not like entirely wrong about any of that. But I think she's good. Vengorian Lord. He is the Venn diagram lord. Uh, 10, 12, 3. Shittier attacks. Oh, but the talons are the same. Once per turn, the start of, you can pick one friendly monster that's not a hero within 12 of this unit that destroyed any remaining units and heal all wounds allocated to that monster. So at the end of combat, you can pick one monster that's not a hero. Surely this guy's a hero. Yeah, so as long as your buddy, as long as your Monster Mash friend killed an enemy unit, you can full heal them. That's neat. He's also got the Nightmare Miasma and the Hunger and Cursed Reflection. And he gives the Hunger to other monsters. So it's sort of like he heals, but also he heals. So he heals friendly monsters and also he heals friendly monsters. So if there's two friendly monsters near him, I suppose he can heal both of them by a lot. What are you for, though? He's kind of like a healer buff wagon. I don't know that I want a healer buff wagon. Yeah, he's a weaker mommy, but he can hold stuff. And he's a double healer that heals non-hero monsters by a lot. I would just take something else that can do something. His job is a bad job. Just take stuff that fights instead. I say 240, but I wouldn't take him at 200. Just because I would put other stuff in the army that can fight, I think. He's 280? Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't touch him for 280, but I also wouldn't touch him for 240, and that's what I guessed. So, yeah. His problem is a job problem. His job is a bad job. Oh, Radukar the Beast. Actually, no, this is the wolf. You're not paying 280 for a monster healer? No. Absolutely not. (664). Some attacks. He's a wizard. Oh, cool. Okay, so he's a wizard. He's a single caster. Each time this unit... Okay, hunger. In the combat phase of this unit made a charge move in the same turn. Add 1 to the attacks characteristic of melee weapons used by friendly Vyrkos summonal while they're wholly within 12. Okay. So this guy has a buff to give your summoning guys. But instead of just give the buff, he's got to line up a charge. And then not get in the way of them making sure they're still wholly within 12 after pile-in and stuff. You don't want to charge with him, but you have to get his buff. Conceivably, let's see, Vyrkos summonable, you have some Graveguard or something. So, he charges in, your Graveguard charge in. They get +1 attacks. They kill everything. And then he lives because they killed everything. And it's like a gamble. If the thing he's charging with doesn't totally wipe out the unit, then he's like super dead. I don't think he's the worst. This is a really bad way of him giving a summonable unit a buff, but, you know, Graveguard fucking slap, but +1 attacks with them is a great buff. This unit is within 3 of a Night Guard unit. I don't know what that is. You can bodyguard him. I'm not trying to put a bodyguard next to the dude that's trying to charge into combat next to a huge summonable unit. I'm not even reading this. Okay, so gives a great buff. +1 attacks. Just summonable. However, he has to charge in with them. Yikes. So if they don't fully wipe out, he dead. Still worth it, probably, to me. And he's a single caster. He doesn't have a spell, but I don't care. And loyal to the last, I don't know. Yeah, so he has a spell which you can... So you can Mystic Shield the Graveguard or something like that. I like him. I don't know what he costs yet, but I like him. +1 attacks is a sick buff to put on Graveguard or some shit, right? That's good. It's annoying how he delivers the buff and risky. But it's a sick enough buff that I think it's worth. Like 20 Graveguard +20 attacks. Maybe Graveguards suck now, I don't know, but... Radukar the risky buff. What is a wizard who has a goofy ass method of giving a really good buff worth? 160, maybe? 180? If you just had +1 attacks as a command ability, that's so fucking good, right? But because of this goofo thing, I think maybe 160. I think I'm aggressively costing him a little bit at 160 perhaps. But you do have to line up those charges. That's going to be annoying and hard. You have to essentially, whoops. You have to essentially pass 2 charges to get this shit in, which is fucking annoying. So I'm going to say 160. Maybe I'm greedy, but I want that +1 attacks. Wait, is it keyword locked? It is, okay. It's keyword locked in Vyrkos. That changes things. His price goes down because he's locked into the bad faction. 130, okay. Hey, Radukar, get off the bench. Kid, you're in. You're in. If I'm playing Vyrkos, obviously if you're not, then he doesn't do anything, and he's worth 1 point. But if for some reason you're playing Vyrkos, and you're loading up on Graveguard or some shit, like 130 points for a caster who can also give him +1 attacks, and sometimes fails and dies, I'd do it. I'd do it. And now we have Radukar the Beast. Vyrkos is bad now? I don't know yet. I haven't looked at the war scrolls. I haven't found the war scrolls yet. It seemed real all in on Deadwalker stuff. But it didn't have to be. 12 wounds, 4-up save. He is a big foot boy. 8-inch move. He has some attacks. Who cares? He can run and charge. That's sick. Oh, he has the same thing. Okay. He has the same thing. He's got the same ability. Big wheel. So I like run and charge on him because it makes it a lot easier to get his risky buff off. What do you mean by wheel? This thing, the wheel. So 12 wounds, 8 move, 4-up save, 10 bravery. I don't know if they call it a wheel. Somebody called it a wheel, and I'm just like, I'm gonna call this thing a wheel. What's the move on this guy? 6? Okay. Yeah, 8-inch move, run and charge. He might be able to call to the hunt pretty reliably, even. He's got the hunger. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with his blood slick claws is 6. 2 mortal wounds, okay. -1 from hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks that target this model. Damn, dude, hold up. This guy's sick. Wait, bad guys BTFO? Holy shit. Does he still come with free wolves? The beast will out. This unit cannot retreat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. However, at the end of any phase, if any wounds or mortal wounds were allocated this unit in that phase, and this unit is more than 12 from all enemy units, he can move. Oh, he gets the angle remove. Cannot retreat. Oop. But if he is shot, can move d6. If outside 12, he's probably going to be within 12, so I don't know that this is going to happen a lot. I actually like him. He no longer comes with free wolves, so you can't just put him in some other sub-faction and get your free wolves. You get your little punch ticket when you enter the Vyrkos sub-faction, and you can't redeem it for any free wolves at the carnival ticket station unless you're in that sub-faction. He still beat sticks people to death. He's shockingly tanky. I actually agree. I was gonna be like, yeah, whatever. Everybody says their big stupid foot heroes tanky, but they're not. I don't know, man. 12 wounds, 4 up. -1 to hit him and wound him. And he heals to full life if he ever fights. I mean, actually, kind of. Also has a 6-up ward. My man is like actually kind of tanky. But what does he cost? He no longer comes with free wolves, so his price just went down. They did that so they could make him even cheaper. It's a good thing. So if Chadakar, the normal guy, is 130, how many points is tons of defense and offense and run and charge worth? Probably a lot of points, actually. 210? That sounds like a Games Workshop amount. $210 sounds like a Games Workshop amount. That being said, I agree. I'm looking at this guy and I see a Chaos Lord on Karkadrak mount. Really, you know, that's like the price and level of that. Except he's better because he has a buff and the Chaos Lord on Karkadrak did not. Yeah, I think 210, maybe even 220. Oh, is 290 real? Is that what he is? He's 290. Oh, okay. Damn, they were doing pretty good on these points, you know? They were... Well, okay. This one wasn't good. This one was very good. I was sad to see that this one was good. I was hoping they would have underdone it. I guessed right on Mommy, but I wish it was less. I don't know what the fuck. Okay, so maybe not. Yeah, he's way. He's good, but he's way overcosted. They're making up for the hilariously low points in Gloomspite and OBR heroes. Every single OBR hero was like 40 points less than I thought it was going to be, top to bottom. And then their units were more than I thought they would be, so maybe it evened out. Ivia Volga. Oh, she's the bat wolf vamp. Bat wolf vampire. This is cool. I like her sculpt. Good sculpt. Bat wolf vamp lady. She's got a long name, right? 664. Nothing up here. Each time this unit fights, after all its attacks, you can heal... Oh yeah, the hunger. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target this unit. In addition, if this unit has any wounds allocated to it, the attack's characteristic of this wound's needling fangs is 12 instead of... Wait. So, if this unit has any wounds allocated to it, so after she fights, all her wounds go away and she loses Shrieking Swarm. So this is like a cool little... Somebody damages her. This becomes 12. Then she fights and heals to full, and that goes away. And it's a little... I don't know. It's like... A side, B side, you know. That's kind of cool. If any enemy monsters are within 3 of it, this unit counts as 10 for the purposes of contesting. Yeah, but if any monsters are within 3 of her, she's fucking dead. If this was 6, that would be awesome. So, like, an opponent monster can't just roll up to the edge of the objective and steal it from you, you know? That would be cool, but it's... Unfortunately, it needs to be in combat, so no way. Now, the attack characteristic of the monster's melee weapons is just 1, so maybe she isn't dead. Okay, specifically against Beast Claw she is, but like nothing else. That's cool. Fucking Gargant. You know, Gargants only have like 2 attacks, right? Can she just tank a Mega Gargant? Is she the biggest... Is she like the most silver bullet unit that I've ever seen? Okay, she is not good. However... the most silver bullet unit I've ever seen. She will fight a Gargant and not die. Imagine. Doesn't actually do anything. Is her problem. Like, isn't a spellcaster. It cucks monsters, I guess, but she's not gonna outcapture monsters. Well, megas, I guess, but... Scarbrand unaffected, you can't modify his attack. His attack is... It's only 1 attack anyway, it wouldn't matter, he only gets 1 of those. But hey, good point. Technically true. The problem with Ivia is she doesn't do anything besides cuck monsters hugely. Even if she was a spellcaster or something. Great sculpt though. Great sculpt though. Can we make her real cheap so people might take her as a silver bullet option? She gets into combat, your attack's characteristic has become 1. And like the beast pounder guys, like no problem. I'm doing the 4d6 damage. Oh shit. I'm gonna say 80. Possibly even 60 or something, but yeah. I think 80. At 80 you might almost include her. At 60 I think you probably would, just in case, because everybody has got monsters. It's not that she specifically ruins their day, but it's fun. Is she 135? Is that true? Is that what it is? Shelf. 135 is shelf. Bella? Belladamma Volga. Actually, Bella Grandmama. Nine. Ooh, okay. Fits in battalions, lookout, sir, terrain, cover. She gets all the cool shit. 10 move, 4 up save. Double caster, double Jenny. Can't fight. First to the Vyrkos. Add 1 to casting, dispelling, and unbinding. I like it. I like it already. Also on the cast Undeus. In addition, if this unit is within 3 of any friendly dire wolves, they are a bodyguard for her. Cool. On a 3-up. That's good. The hunger. Lichen Curse. Pick 1 enemy within range. The unit suffers D3 if any models were slain. You add dire wolves to your army, and then they're like set them up in combat. Yeah, okay, so it's the same. It's the same. Yeah, the fact that you can put the wolves like in combat with them is sick. Under a killing moon. Oh, another spell. Cool. Near your next hero phase, if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon by a friendly Vyrkos unit wholly within range of the caster is 6. Oh, nice. Nice. Just Vyrkos unit. Anybody. Nice. Nice. I like her. I like her. 24-inch AoE. Everybody gets exploding hits. It sort of gives you an extra allegiance ability. Now we got Bella Grandmama, and we got Radukar the Beast. Your 20 Graveguards charge in. So does Chad. They all get plus 20 attacks, and now all of them have exploding hits. But the Graveguard models are bad. Yes, they are. They look real bad. But gotta make your own. Yeah, we got a Death Star on our hands here. Alright, Vyrkos stonks are going up the more of these war scrolls I'm looking at. Stonks are going up. She's kinda like, I don't know. She's kinda like a Scragrot the Pimp King. Except he's way better. But she's kind of like him. Like, represents the sub-faction. When you take them, you kind of get an extra allegiance ability. They released new Graveguard and a new White King and had the audacity to make it an Underworlds gang. It's always a terrible thing to do. How feasible would converting new Skellies into Graveguard be? I mean, you just give them cooler weapons and it could work. Their poses are kind of weird, but you could totally do it. Their poses are a little strange for Graveguard, maybe. You could give them badass weapons and it'd work just fine. What do we cost her at? She bodyguards up. That's awesome. She has a casting bonus. That's great. She's a double caster War Master. Double caster War Master. 9 is the perfect wounds amount. If she had 10, she would be worse. Pretty fast. Super good spell. What did Skragrott start at? What was his original points? 150 was it? Or I think he was 160. Skragrott started at 160, right? Yeah, insane. Hey, if Skragrott started at 160, that's where I'm saying she is. I'm saying she's 160. My real answer is probably 180 or 190. Yeah. Yo, this is kind of a bob. Mako Reactor remix. She's 170. Yep. Auto include. I mean, she's auto-include because of her abilities. It's not because of her cost. If she was 200, she would still be an auto-include, I think. I'm just happy I'm happy the price is right. Heywoah's getting better at the points guesses. I'm starting to... Because I'm doing this guessing game, I'm getting into the Games Workshop mind, right? So I'm like, what did this other one start at? They think this is worth points. They don't understand why this is good. This hero is going to cost more because it has this, but then all the units are going to pay more because the hero has that, so you're double dipping. And all this other stuff. I'm learning. They think 9 wounds is like worse than 10. If she had 10 wounds, she would be 180. But in fact, she's better because she has 9 wounds. Right? And so stuff like that. 160-70 for these seems really cheap for you. It is. It's insanely cheap. But I have learned that that's just how Games Workshop prices stuff now. They make some double caster foot wizard force multiplication emperor that makes your guys 300 points better, and then they cost it at 160. Unless your army's war scrolls have like big numbers on them, and then they lose their minds and make everything cost a lot. Yeah, Games Workshop thinks double casting mega buff wagons on foot are just cheap as chips. And that's not true, but as a player, I'm happy about that. Gorslav the Gatekeeper. He is, or he was, the zombie man. That's what people played him as. He was the zombie lord. Now it's only Vyrkos zombies. 2-up bodyguard, incredible. Once per turn at the end of your movement phase, you can pick a friendly... Yeah, you can replace him, yep. Wholly within 9 of him. And more than 9 from enemies. Each third unit can only be replaced once, yep. He used to be 80 points. Yeah. He used to be 80 points. He would give you, like, literally hundreds of points back during the game, and he costs 80. Like, crazy, right? I mean, I wasn't complaining. I thought it was hilarious. I was happy for them. So your army just does this, right? Like, Endoless Legions just does this already. But you have to roll. He does it automatically. Is it still at the end of both players' battle shock phase? Endless Legions is at the end of both players' movement phases now. 4 up on their turn, 3 up on your turn. So you roll the die first. If it ever fails, you use his. If it succeeds, you use his as well, because now you can do 2 a turn. So this guy's like a... If you're playing zombies, obviously an auto-include. He doesn't do anything else at all, and he dies immediately. I'd say 150. He does it in addition. You can bring back 2 at once. Yeah, that's what I... You probably typed that before I said it, but my guess is 150. He's 120. All right. How to include a Vyrkos zombies, that's for fucking sure. He went up by an entire 50%, but still yeah, he still pays for himself the first time he uses his ability. And he can use it every one of your turns until someone finally kills him. Torgillius the Chamberlain. Not Torghast, getting PTSD? What's the matter? Don't you like roguelikes? Wouldn't that be fun? Damn, it sounded so fun when they were talking about it. But anybody who knew anything about game design was going to be like, people are going to do that once and think it was kind of cool. And then you're going to tie something to it so they have to do it, and it's going to immediately become a job that they hate. After the second time you play it, you're going to not enjoy it, and you're going to have to do it anyway. He's a wizard. He is a wizard, don't worry. He doesn't have a spell, but he is a wizard. $150. 125. All right. Damn, I think a wizard gives your units that all of your allegiance abilities work with a 5-up ward is good, but I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's actually bad and it's cheap. Vyrkos Blood. You're gonna end up playing just Cursed City, the whole. Yeah, we brought the whole city. Vyrkos Skinny Boys. 3 wounds, 6 upset. They're Yetis. These are Yetis. I mean, they're better than Yetis, but they're basically Yetis. So Yetis are 120. These are the same as Yetis. Arguably better. Actually, they are better because they're elite. Yetis can't even give themselves commands. So if Yetis are 120, these should be more, but I'm going to say 120. I guess. You get 3 of them. You get 3 of them. They're chaff. They pregame move 10. That's great. They die to everything. They can't really fight. It's fine. Yeah, 120. Fly adds points. It's only fly again over terrain. It's fine. They're 90? Okay. I mean, okay, you have no shortage of chaff in Soulblight Gravelords, let's be honest. But let's be honest the second time in a different way. The way you're going to build the army, you will have a shortage of chaff, because you're going to be playing fucking Prince Long Dong and Belladamma, and you're going to be playing Neferata or something, and your battle line's going to be Blood Knights or whatever the fuck. You aren't actually going to have any chaff, so maybe take some of these. Watch Captain Halgrim. Alright, finally a guy I don't even need to write about. He doesn't do anything. I guess it's 40, because he doesn't do anything. $110, okay. Isn't this is so weird. Vargskyr. I guess it's 40. Would I pay 60 for this? Probably not. I might pay it. If I have exactly 60 left over, I would buy this guy, maybe. If it didn't mean I increased my drops. 110? Okay. Maybe it was unfair of me to say 40. I'll say 60. But if he increased my drops, I wouldn't take him at 60. It's a Vargolf proxy. It's a great Vargolf proxy, actually. The Vargolf Courtier is disgusting. It's so bad. Kosargi Knight Guard. I got a perfect name for this guy. Kosargi Night Guard. How about no sorry, not good? 2 attacks. Why? Wait, this isn't a hero. This is a unit, right? Is this a unit? Yeah, each model in a Night Guard. Oh, I thought this was a hero. Pardon me. It's a unit of 2. Okay. You get 2. Makes a lot more sense now. But I don't know why you would ever choose them. Sorry. They do nothing. I don't think anything in the game should really cost less than 50. If I made them like 40 or something, people could play. So they're worth like, honestly, 35 maybe. But imagine the one guy that would make a 2,000 point list featuring 16, 20 units of these things or whatever. They're not summonable. They actually don't cost points. They are free with your purchase of a KFC Double Down. Somehow, GW thinks they're worth 90. I don't fucking know. I have no clue. Am I really going to look at all these people? Especially when so many of them do nothing. This unit has a ward of 4 up. During deployment, you can put them in the enemy territory more than 9 from enemy units. And then at the end of the phase, when she fights a hero and fails to kill it, you worsen its save characteristic by 1 for the rest of the game. Alright. Lady something, she's bad, next. I'm not trying to have another 9-hour stream, alright? Kritza. In the combat phase, when you pick this unit to fight, you can say it will make a scurrying retreat, so he can run away like a dirty rat. Germa the Rat Prince. So he's summonable. He can steal artifacts of power, which will never happen. Rat guy, summonable. Steals arts, I guess. Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, okay. Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon. Velocita. Just got here, what'd you miss? Good meme. Most of Soulblight. How's it looking? Really awesome and pretty disappointing in equal amounts, randomly spread throughout the whole thing. So, really it depends. It really depends. It's a roller coaster of emotions in this book. Cursed with 4s to hit still, but 3/3. Single caster. Guy's pretty... I'm gonna just talk about how he's different than Prince Longdong. The hunger. Oh, he has just as good of a death lance as Longdong. And the terror. Curse of Exsanguination. Gonna go 7, range of 18. Pick one enemy unit in range visible. The unit suffers 1 mortal wound. If that mortal wound is allocated to a model in that unit and the model is not slain, roll a die on a 3-up again. Keep rolling. Okay, cool. It's the Blood Gullet Butcher ability, only better. It's like Archon's spell with way less complication and probably better. And it's like the Blood Gullet Butcher Great Moss spell, only better. Yeah, you want one. What's Longdong? What was he? Longdong was 470. So the difference between Prince Longdong and a Velazada is Longdong is a double Jenny. He doesn't have the level up thing, but that thing sucks. And quick spell. So like quick spell is quick spell is worth, I don't know how many points on this guy, 50 maybe for me. It's only worth 50 because it's kind of hard to cast and he won't succeed all the time. Again, the level up Avengorii thing or whatever, or Vyrkos thing, whatever is bad. So that doesn't matter. Does Prince have like more attacks? Yeah, I think Prince is 5 attacks with the Death Lance maybe, or there's some difference like that. I'm not bothering to scroll up. But they're both pretty comparable. You can give Velazada magic items, which is a huge bonus. And you can't do that with Longdong. But Longdong's spell is insane. And this guy's spell is kind of whatever. For once, I actually think the unique is better, even though you can give artifacts to the other guy. I'm gonna put him at... what am I gonna put him at? I'm gonna put him at 450. Quick spell is worth at least 50 points, but being able to give artifacts and enhancements is worth a lot as well. So I think we're going down and we're going back up. And I'm putting Velazada at 450. Nah, 440. 440 feels more Games Workshop. You were off by 10 for each of them. He's 440. Nope. I said that before you typed it. Got him. Slam on. can give this guy a ethereal amulet, just like in the olden days. Just like in the good old days. Take a Velocita. Give him ethereal amulet. 3-up unrendable. Oof, so good. Yep, he's a good one. He's the goods. He's the good. Cado Ezechiar. Let's go. Does this guy do anything? Ezechiarian Great Chair. 5 attacks, 2s and 2s. Hey, not bad. And he's a wizard. This guy does it all. And he looks cool. Alright, he seems to have a lot of words on his, so... Cado Ezechiar. Court of the Lost. At the start of your hero phase, if this unit is on the battlefield, you can say that it will summon a spirit from the Court of the Lost. If you do, pick one of the effects below. The effect lasts until the start of your next hero phase. Love to hear it. Move 14. Add one to casting. Ooh. Yo, these are good. This guy's cool. Spirit of the Fallen. Spirit of Jimmy Fallen. If an attack made by this unit wounds the target, attack causes a number of mortal wounds equal to the weapon's damage characteristic and the attack sequence ends. Wait, if an attack made by this unit wounds. Okay. So for every past wound roll, you just skip armor and you're like, yep, it's that mortal wounds. Cool. Cruel boys, back the fuck off. Retribution or salvation. Okay. Ret or holy. Wait, those are... We're done choosing the court. How do I go back? There. Spell has casting value of 6, range of 18. Pick one unit within range invisible. If the unit is an enemy unit, D3. If it's chaos, 3. If it's friendly, summonable, heal D3. Or return D3 wounds worth. Okay, so it does just all this stuff. Oh, he can't gain a subfaction keyword. Sorry, I don't normally read the flavor text. No sub-faction keywords possible. Alright, so what do you do besides look cool and be cool? Cool do easy chair. You're a wizard. You're a foot wizard that can be a +1 caster. And then if you need to fight, you can actually kind of slap sorta a little bit. My man's gonna do 4 mortal wounds in combat with Spirit of the Fallen against something. That's cool. Mr. Steal your objective, yeah. Why no sub-faction? It's part of the lore. He's got a book and stuff. He bows to no one. He's no man's master. He is a good-looking rogue who plays by his own rules. I haven't read the book. I'm just making all this up. But is this in rules too? Yeah, kinda. Retribution or salvation. He's part of the Court of the Lost instead of any of the dynasties of vampires. He's constantly flapping back and forth between all these different options. They talk about him being a Hollow King in this little thing down here that you probably can't see because my face is covering it. Brooding Batman. Is he brooding? On a scale of 1 to 10, how brood is he? He's a strong, independent vampire who don't need no sub-faction. Yeah. Let's see. You are a wizard with a not great spell. With a bunch of cool options that ultimately are fun, but probably not great. 120. I'm gonna say 120. That's my guess. Because at the end of the day, I want people to play with cool stuff like this. That isn't terrifically impactful, but it has a lot of stuff. Like, none of this is really impactful, it just does stuff. 135? Okay. I don't know that you're playing him, but at least he's really cool. He's just cool, man. He doesn't ultimately have much impact, but he's cool. Vampire Larad. Great sculpt too. They look so cool. Oh, it flies. I didn't know that. Neat. Once per turn at the start of the combat phase, you can pick one summonable. Add one attack's characteristic. Great. Cool. I like it. Wholly within 12 is okay. After a charge, you can probably still do that. Yeah, they're good. Free auto, not CA. Just works. They're good. They are good. $160. What are they at? 130, baby? Nice. That's what I like to hear. It's wrong, but that's what I like to hear. Good. Yeah, I didn't want to pay more than 130 for an always works, don't roll any dice, cost no resources, +1 attacks buff. For sure. And it's got a 3-up save. It's kind of durable for a foot person. Good war scroll too. Just, yeah, it does this. It does one thing. Here you go. Please enjoy. Alright, we finally got to the units section. We finished the heroes, and there was Cursed City in there. It took forever. Do we have summonable units to hit, though? Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Once we get to, like, Graveguard, or once we get to the summonable, we're going to be looking for a summonable unit that is good to put all these buffs on to make it great, and then this army is awesome. If we can't find a summonable unit that's worth a goddamn, then this army kind of sucks. Well, it doesn't kind of suck, it just 75% of their synergies don't do anything anymore. I'm assuming Graveguard, because historically Graveguard, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. But, we're at the 4.5 hour mark, and I had a 3 hour before this stream, so we're on 7.5 or so. I'm going to stand up, get myself a drink. You guys do it too. 2-minute break. Now that we're done with the heroes. And we're getting to the meat. Anyway, thanks for watching for this long. I'm putting up the old sandwich timer. A little breaky. A little snacky. I don't think I have a... let's see. No, I got some cinnamon applesauce. I'm going to have one of them. This is not a big dinner. It's a little dinner. Anyway, TY for watching. Be back. Maybe 3 min. 3 min. Get up, walk around the house a little bit. BRB.